Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, brothers and sisters. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I swear to God, I didn't do this on purpose. I, was at the gym and then out of nowhere, my mom needed this and this and this. Sorry, Mom, I can't. I have a stream. That just doesn't sit right. So I'm sorry, brothers and sisters. May Allah forgive me. I don't do this on purpose. Well, firstly, let's begin in the name of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa jama'in amma ba'd. We begin in the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, and peace and salutations be upon his last and final messenger, Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Alhamdulillah. Yeah, man, 100%. 100%. Thank you, sacred writer. Right, finally. Oh wow, I missed a lot of comments. Ramzi, how do you validate the marriage between Muhammad and Aisha? What do you mean by validate? How do I justify it, you mean? In Islam, the legal age you can consummate marriage is puberty. So it's that simple. God's law, you can consummate marriage once you hit puberty. You can perform marriage contract prior to puberty, but you can't actually consummate till after puberty. Now, that may not be in line with the liberal West, but as if I cared. As if we Muslims should care. What time zone is Rumsey in? I'm in California, so Pacific Standard Time. Alhamdulillah. We're going to give it a minute before we get to the actual video, which is obviously what you guys are. I know you guys look forward to most. I'm just going through all the comments I missed. 2 a.m. Wow, subhanAllah. Yeah, man, no matter what time I start, it's going to be really late for somebody out there, unfortunately. I wish I could do something about that. Alhamdulillah, I'm doing good. Can't complain. Any thoughts of David Wood being the new Apostle Paul? I think that's an insult to the Apostle Paul, which obviously I don't care about. Obviously, I have no sympathy towards Paul, the Apostle Paul, but even that I think would be insulting towards the Apostle Paul. Oh, for sure. Ayaan Hirsi, she definitely does not support Somalis. Somalis are some of the most devout Muslims. Some of the most devout Muslims I've ever met are Somalis. I think Somalia is actually might be like one of the few countries out there that is like literally 100% Muslim, like literally 100% Muslim. Even minorities in other countries, like in other Muslim countries, are like obviously small, but still like recognize a recognizably large amount. It's a recognizable amount. Like you can't like disregard them. Like you have to say, okay, 1% of the country, 2% of the country. But the fact that, if you look up what's the percentage of what are the religions of Somalia? I've literally read in some places where it says 100% Muslim, like literally 100% Muslim. Like as far as I'm aware, there are no churches in Somalia, like completely uniform. Subhanallah, Allah al-Musta'an. Right? So it's like, I mean, I'm sure there's somebody, like one person, I'm sure there's somewhere in Somalia, like a non-Muslim. I'm sure there is, okay? But it's like the non-Muslims are literally like not even like, there's not even enough to recognize them as a minority. You get what I'm saying? Like if there were only like 100 Muslims in California, that's not really like a percentage that's even like almost worth mentioning at some point, right? Now, if there were, several thousand, okay, then it's be like, okay, it's still a small amount, but it's still enough to point. It's still big enough to the point where you have to point it out, right? But the fact that there's such a significantly tiny, like a microscopically tiny amount of non-Muslims in Somalia, alhamdulillah, Somalia is one of the, what do you call it, most devout places I know. Now, obviously, no, that doesn't mean it's a perfect place. Obviously, it has its problems. I think it's still going through a civil war, subhanAllah, right? It has a lot of political turmoil, but what I'm saying is Somali people overall are very, very sincere, very, very good people. Because people might take that and say, oh, okay, that means Somalia is a perfect representation of Islam. No, I'm just saying that it happens to be a country where there are basically no non-Muslims, and some of the most devout people I know are from Somalia. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, I'm sure there are, right? It wouldn't surprise me. Like, I don't know how a country could literally be 100%, like down to the individual level, individual person, 100% Christian. I'm sure there's a handful of atheists in Somalia. I'm sure there are, right? Glory to Yemen, glory to Palestine from Yemen. Alhamdulillah, jazakallah khair. I appreciate that. Glory be to all the Muslim nations. Alhamdulillah. Well, to the Muslim Ummah. There's only one Muslim nation. To the Ummah. To the Muslim Ummah. By the way, guys, we got snacks. We got snacks again today. One snack you've seen before, and one snack I know for a fact you have not. At least not here and on Dawah with Dunya. Not sure what you're talking about. Wa alaikum assalam, Psycho. How are you doing? Give it a couple more minutes, maybe like three more minutes before we get to the video. So for snacks, because as you guys know, snacks are wajib on a Dawah Dunya stream. We've got the Jello, which isn't actually Jello; it's chocolate pudding, basically, but it's mislabeled as Jello. That's how I see it. And then, more important, this is good. It's important. However, this next snack is dear to my heart. Why? Because it's homemade by the best mother in the world, my mother. All right. Sorry, I don't mean to offend any of the mothers watching this, but my mother is the best mother in the world. Go ahead and unsubscribe. I don't care. So this right here is kullaj. Okay. It's kind of like baklava, basically. But we don't say baklava. We say baklava. But for any of you Greek people watching, it's basically like baklava. It's so that it's got like the thin strips as baklava. Because for those any of you who've eaten baklava before, like it comes in like if you're able to like peel away like really thin pieces, right? It's kind of like that, but rolled. Like basically, like imagine a square that's been rolled, and on the inside, it's kind of like it's the closest thing. It's like a really thick pudding, basically. I don't know where this snack originates from. I don't think it originates from Palestine. They eat it a lot in Palestine. I'll be honest, I don't know. The dough that they use to make these like really thin strips, these look like you can see how thin they are. These thin strips, it's called phyllo dough. The stuff on the inside, I don't know what it's called. My grandmother equated it to basically like a really thick pudding, right? But it's not pudding though. Like this is pudding. This is pudding. It's like, although it's a thick liquid, it's still liquid. The stuff on the inside isn't really that liquidy. It's more chunky. It's good though. It tastes really good. And of course, the whole thing is like basically drowned in syrup. It's basically like a syrup-like stuff. It's obviously not like the syrup you put on your pancakes, but it's like basically, as you can see, like it's like completely like it's soaked in syrup, right? Really good stuff. Alhamdulillah. So we got the not so traditional snacks, and we got the traditional snacks. Alhamdulillah. Which do you prefer? Yeah, obviously this takes precedence, obviously, for me. Let me actually turn on my phone in case I get any important messages. What's your favorite dates? Oh, thank you for reminding me. We got to start out with Ajwa dates. We don't have that many left, but Ajwa dates, gold grown off, picked off a tree. That's basically what they are. Gold picked off the tree. Always got to start out with a nice, beautiful Ajwa date. They don't have that many left. Look at that right there. Nice, beautiful Ajwa date. Alhamdulillah. Oh boy. Oh boy. Maybe turning up my phone was a mistake. I like crisps. Are you talking about chips? I think you're talking about chips. What we Americans would call potato chips. But Ajwa date first. No. Well, my phone was next to my my speaker, so I'll keep my phone over here. Speaker here, phone here. Trash can. Let's see here. Oh, it's been more than 3 minutes. All right. Well, let's get started here. Let's what do you call it? Oh wow, from the Philippines. Wow, subhanallah. Mashallah. I love this international presence, guys. Not potato chips or French fries. What are you talking about then? Because I don't know if you're British or not, but British people I know call, what's it called? They call potato chips crisps. And then they call French fries crisp. Sorry, they call French fries chips. They call chips crisps. Oh, from Sweden, subhanallah. All right. Enough about that, folks. Let's, what do you call it? Obviously, I don't have the video prepared because I'm Rumsey. Let me go ahead and go ahead and get this video up and running. Now, what do you know? I searched Ayaan Hirsi and one of one of the videos that came up was my stream. Alhamdulillah, I guess that's a good sign. I'm sure there's some ex-Muslims who are going to watch this later. All right, enough about that. Okay, so we have a boring advertisement for some really lame video game. Well, it's not really a video game, it's a computer game. Let's go ahead. Let me share my screen. Okay, here we go. And by the way, guys, just so you guys know ahead of time, inshallah, later on, if there are any trolls, any Christians, any ex-Muslims, any murtadeen who want to try to defend their sister in disbelief, I don't know if that makes any sense. But if anyone who thinks I'm gonna basically anyone who wants to comment on my commentary can come up later on. All right, non-Muslims will take precedence because I don't want this to be an echo chamber. I do want criticism. I do want people. So if you're any non-Muslims watching this, feel free to take notes of my criticism, my constructive criticism, and of course you can come on later on and show me any errors in my logic, any inconsistencies in my logic, because we're going to show several of hers, right? Now, let's go ahead and share this screen, share this tab. Okay, here we go. Now, just so you guys know a little backstory, just so you guys know a little bit of background information, Ayaan Hirsi, a self-proclaimed ex-Muslim from Somalia who lived in the Netherlands, from what I know, basically, unfortunately has become a very, very, not only highly praised, but highly utilized asset to the Islamophobia industry. I literally recall my first couple semesters of college going to the library to look up books on Islam to see just to see what they had. I was genuinely curious, and unfortunately, a couple of her books popped up in the library. So, if I found it at a random community college in California, chances are, what do you call it? Sorry guys, let me actually give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second. Just a second. Oh, man. Sorry. As I was saying, let me call it. As I was saying, if a random college kid can find it in his university, at his community college in California, just a random community college library, chances are there are a lot more people in the West who probably have access to these books just lying around. Okay. So this is not some, like, we've responded to a couple of just random ex-Muslims on YouTube, some that had significant views, but some of them were just like, you guys probably never heard of these people. But I guarantee you, some of you, if not a lot of you, have probably heard this name before. Ayaan Hirsi, have probably seen this face before of Ayaan Hirsi, and will probably hear or see from her again sometime in the future, either on YouTube, Snapchat, Twitter, some other social media platform. So consider this to be a preparation for the future, to know for when you do deal with her. PragerU is very right wing. I know. Yeah, no, PragerU is very, very right wing. They have right wing videos on a number of different topics dear to my heart, with a butt ton of arguments that I have a few things to say about, but let's just stick with this one for now. All right. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Here we go.
I was raised a practicing Muslim and remained one for almost half my life. I attended madrasas, that is Islamic schools, and memorized large parts of the Quran. As a child, I lived in Mecca for a time and frequently visited the Grand Mosque. As a teenager, I sympathized with the Muslim Brotherhood. At 22, while my family was living in Kenya, my father arranged my marriage to a member of our family clan, a man that I had never met. I ran away, made my way to Holland, studied there, and eventually was elected a member of the Dutch Parliament. Now I live in the United States. In short, I have seen Islam from the inside and the outside. I believe that a reform of Islam is necessary and possible, and only Muslims can make that reform a reality. But we in the West cannot remain on the sidelines as though the outcome of this struggle has nothing to do with us.
Okay, so first of all, first thoughts I'd like to share. Notice how she was quick to jump to the idea that we Muslims need to reform Islam, that Islam quickly needs a reformation. That's going to be important coming down the road, all right? That's going to be something to keep in mind with when we examine some future comments of hers in the video. She is very adamant and very clear that Islam needs a reformation. We need to reform Islam. Like, Islam is like barbaric. Islam is prehistoric. Islam is for the caveman. She hasn't used these words obviously yet, but let's be honest here. That's what she's saying, okay? Islam is not something, Islam is just inherently bad and should be changed. We need to reform it. Okay. Now, you can think that if you'd like, that's fine. That's not my issue. My issue isn't you thinking that. Obviously, as an atheist, you would love nothing more if Islam was to disappear, if Islam was to be reformed. Reforming Islam, getting rid of Islam, I don't see a difference, because Islam is not something that's changeable. Islam is not something that we change. We don't change the laws of God. We don't change what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us. Allah tells us what's good and bad, what's right and wrong. We stick to it regardless of what other people think. So to me, in my mind, changing Islam and reforming Islam, I don't see a difference. One is just a bit more of a watered down version. The second statement is just a watered down version of the first, okay? Changing Islam, or no, we're just reforming Islam. Yeah, no, cut the BS. You want us to change. You want us to basically get rid of Islam, right? You want us to create something else. You want us to basically strip strip Islam of everything that makes Islam what it is, and just label it as Islam, just to appease the people. No. Islam is Islam the way it is, and there's no other Islam. There's no other way Islam could be. Okay, Islam is not a buffet. It's not like Burger King. Have it your own way, right? No, it's not like that. They would love nothing more if Islam was like that, right? But needless to say, it's not. Islam is we Muslims are firm in what we believe and firm in what we say is right and wrong. No questions asked. All right. Now, but I want you guys to keep this in mind from what she said. She says Islam needs to be reformed. In other words, she's advocating for us, for Muslims, to change Islam. She's advocating, and she's adamant that no, Islam cannot just remain the way it is. We have to change it. We have to reform it. We have to modernize it. We have to do something to it. We can't just leave it as is. It's the way it is now is unacceptable. Keep that in mind. Keep that statement in mind. Let's continue.
If the jihadists win and the hope for a reformed Islam dies, the rest of the world will pay a terrible price. The terror attacks in New York, London, Madrid, Paris, and many other places are only a preview for what's to come.
Okay, so a couple of things. Well, okay, so just a couple of things. By the way, I'm enjoying this this collage. Very good, alhamdulillah. But a couple things here. Do you know what this? When I first saw this video, do you know what this reminded me of? For those who don't know, there was something called, from what I know, it's called the Great Scare. Essentially, during the 20th century, the United States basically was really, really freaked out about the idea of communism spreading. They had this idea known as the domino effect. Basically, if communism takes over one country, it'll lead to other countries being taken over, which will lead to more countries taken over, which will lead to the whole world being taken over by communism. Okay. Basically, it's a big fear factor, a big, basically fear that this idea is going to spread and it's going to take over and it's going to destroy our way of life. Now, what she said right now is basically, oh, you see, this idea of reforming Islam it should be basically she's saying that reforming Islam should be a goal for, it's something the West should push forward as well, right? This isn't something that we should just leave Muslims to worry about or leave the liberal Muslims to worry about. This is something that essentially all people around the world, or at least the West, should be concerned about. Now, like I said, this is very similar to that of the Great Scare. We all know the Great Scare in the 20th century is essentially what led to things like the Vietnam War, the war in Afghanistan. Actually, maybe not, but well, maybe the war in Afghanistan, but definitely the Vietnam War, definitely the Korean War, and it led to many, many other wars and conflicts throughout the world in America's hopes and attempts to stop the spread of communism, cost the lives of millions of people around the world, right? Almost led us to put us on the brink of nuclear war, right? So this, I couldn't help but just draw a resemblance from the Great Scare of the Cold War to her perception of Islam and how we need to modernize Islam and how the West shouldn't be silent on this. The West needs to be involved, right? This is exactly what they said about communism. Communism, it's something we really needs to, the communist system needs to be, the Soviet Union really needs to be reformed. It really needs to, now just to be clear, I'm not a fan of communism. Don't misunderstand me here. I'm not saying communism is good. Don't misunderstand me. But this exact rhetoric is essentially what the American rhetoric was. That of, well, you know what? Communism, it's such a dangerous ideology. It really needs to be reformed. It really needs to be changed. And we Americans should not be just sit on the sideline. We have to do something about it. We have to propagate this. We have to put forward, the idea of reforming communism. We can't just sit on the sideline. And what did that mindset ultimately lead to? Well, ultimately that mindset led to the domino effect, which was the idea, okay, you know what? If communism spreads in one country, it'll lead to the spread of communism in other countries. And so we have to stop it before it spreads, what did that mindset lead to? The Korean War, the war in Vietnam, arguably the war in Afghanistan, and a large number of conflicts that America was either direct or was mostly indirectly, but directly did basically fund or directly did support throughout the world, right? Conflicts everywhere from Latin America to Africa to Asia to Eastern Europe, right? This mindset of those people over there, they have an idea or they have a way of life and it's dangerous. And we need to do whatever we can to stop it or contain it or reform it. Ultimately, people don't realize that mindset is what leads to things like the Cold War, right? Because ultimately, what was the Cold War about? America's attempt to stop communism, America's attempt to keep communism from spreading. And so what would they do? And what did that lead to? The domino effect. Oh man, it could take over in that country. We got to go stop it before it spreads to other countries, which led to a bunch of wars, which led to a lot of innocent people dying and suffering, right? Now, this just goes to show how much of a Western simp or a Western puppet Ayaan Hirsi has pretty much become, to the point where not only is she willing to, not only has she left Islam, which is, you could leave Islam, go ahead, we good riddance, we don't need you, right? But to the point where she's willing to adopt the superiority complex of the West, and essentially the whole, you know what, we have a way of life and we need to stop that other way of life from spreading. It's very sleazy. It's very, very like, it's some people it's a bit subtle. Like some people, like that may not be the first thing you think of when you hear these comments, but in reality, think about it. She obviously is an advocate for the Western secular way of life, and she's pointing over there and saying that way of life there, dangerous, bad, and it's spreading, and it needs to be reformed, and we need to get involved. We as the West need to get involved. You know what I'm saying? It's honestly, it's very sneaky, but it's also a very concerning mindset, to have, to see this woman have. But anyway.
For this reason, I believe that attacks dies. If the jihadists win and the hope for a reformed Islam dies, the rest of the world will pay a terrible price. The terror attacks in New York, London, Madrid, Paris, and many other places are only a preview for what's to come.
And also one thing I want to point out, something I definitely want to point out, notice how she conveniently only listed terrorist attacks that happened in the West, despite the overwhelming majority of the terrorist attacks by these supposed Muslim groups happening in Muslim countries, right? The overwhelming majority of suffering and death caused by these groups has been in the Muslim lands, right? Now, why do you think she didn't bother to mention that? Why do you think, coincidentally, she only mentioned terror attacks that happened in the US and in the West? Why? It's quite obvious, because she's trying to paint the narrative that, okay, Islam has a problem, and that problem is going to spread around the world, and it's clearly negatively affecting the West. First of all, there's so many wrong things with that. We can get into what's wrong with all these terrorist attacks, how all these terrorist attacks clearly violate fundamental teachings of Islam. But putting that to the side, we don't even have to go that far. Just look at where the majority of these terrorist attacks are happening. I did a YouTube short a couple days ago where Sam Harris was essentially, basically essentially praising ISIS as these, as these examples of Muslims, as basically, yeah, these are the true Muslims, essentially, what he was trying to say. And he was basically saying everything they've done is supported by Islam. Well, the majority of their victims, the people they've killed, are all Muslims. Now, it wouldn't surprise me if these people actually thought that Islam taught that you can murder, forget innocent civilians, innocent Muslim civilians. It wouldn't surprise me if their intellect was that low. But needless to say, most people's intellect isn't that low. So that's why they don't bother to mention, hey, by the way, the majority of the victims of ISIS and these terror groups are Muslims. But that obviously that doesn't paint the, oh, Muslims are trying to take over the world mindset. That doesn't fit that narrative, right? Because obviously, if they were to point out all the terrorist attacks that have happened in Muslim lands, which are where the majority of these attacks have happened against Muslims, killing innocent Muslims, right? Then, well, it would become obvious. Well, okay, well then this is clearly not an issue primarily for the West. In fact, it's primarily for the Muslims. These attacks. It's not as if Islam is making gains in the world and that's leading to these attacks. Well, first of all, if Islam truly teaches these, if Islam truly teaches if these terror groups are truly Muslims and truly representations of Islam, why are their primary victims Muslims? Right? That puts a direct hole through their narrative. That's just one big fat thorn in their side, right? The fact that the majority of these victims are Muslims. It would be a dream come true if they could somehow paint a narrative where basically ISIS are only killing non-Muslims. There's no way they would ever kill non-Muslims. There's no way they would ever kill Muslims, right? Because obviously Islam only allows supposedly the killing of non-Muslims. Oh, but obviously these people are so shameless. They don't care that and what does this also show? What does this also show? The fact that she's only showing terror attacks from the West, the very small minority of terrorist attacks, which we're not like downgrading. We're not downgrading these terrorist attacks. These terrorist attacks were terrible. A terrorist attack in any land is terrible. On any innocent civilian is terrible, Muslim or non-Muslim, right? So, and in fact, the funny thing is, arguably killing Muslims would be worse. So that's even worse for ISIS because the majority of their victims are Muslim. So the fact that killing them, because obviously, I mean, let's not sugarcoat it here. Killing innocent civilians is forbidden in Islam, period. But I mean, I'm pretty sure that if you're a devout Muslim, it wouldn't make sense to think, oh yeah, killing Muslims is not as bad. It wouldn't make sense to think killing Muslims is not as bad as killing non-Muslims. But the fact that you're killing more Muslims, hello, really? Yeah, subhanallah, this is absolutely ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. You really need to learn to see behind the scenes, right? To see behind the curtain, right? To see what goes on backstage, right? On the front of the stage, what do we see? We see, Ayaan Hirsi pointing out, this terrorist attack in New York and in France and in England and this Western country and that Western land and this. Okay, we don't downgrade those. We don't disregard those. But why do you refuse to acknowledge all of the terrorist attacks? Why are you only willing to acknowledge those, right? Oh, because you're trying to paint the narrative that Islam is trying to take over the world and Muslims are out to get everyone and Islam is this thing that's going to destroy everybody. And so, needless to say, the only terrorist attacks that would fit that narrative are the ones against non-Muslims, even though the majority of terrorist attacks by these extremists is against the Muslims. Right? You need to learn to see behind the scenes like this. You need to learn to be able to see behind the curtains, see what's going on backstage. Backstage, these guys aren't stupid. They're fully aware. Well, maybe they are, but they're not that stupid. They're fully aware. If they took the time to research and to know about all these different terrorist attacks in the West, sure as hell, they knew about the terrorist attacks. When they made this video, they knew about the terrorist attacks that happened in the Muslim countries, which is where the majority of these attacks took place and have taken place. But of course, needless to say, why would they mention those? Because they want to paint a picture of Islam invading the world and taking over the world, and it's very, again, very shady that they would only care about the deaths of non-Muslims, but they wouldn't care about the deaths of Muslims, right? I mean, if I as a Muslim was to completely disregard every single terrorist attack that happened in a non-Muslim land and only focus on those that happen in Muslim lands, what would that make me look like? That people would take advantage of that and they'd use that against me. Oh, why are you only caring for terrorist attacks against Muslim lands? What about the non-Muslim lands? Do their lives not matter? Sorry, 1 second. Sorry about that, brothers and sisters. So yeah, just be sure you can see behind the scenes. Obviously, these people aren't stupid. They're fully aware that the majority of attacks happen in Muslim lands and kill mostly Muslims. But of course, to paint Islam as this invasive force taking over the world, obviously they conveniently only chose to show the attacks in non-Muslim lands. Because what are they trying to say? Oh, Islam's taken over. Look at these attacks. This non-Muslim land, this non-Muslim country, this non-Muslim city, this non-Muslim place. Sure, yeah, the majority are happening in Muslim lands, killing mostly Muslims. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Islam's taken over. Look at all these attacks in the non-Muslim lands. It's very, very selective sources and very selective judgment.
For this reason, I believe that it's foolish to insist, as Western leaders habitually do, that the violent acts committed in the name of Islam can somehow be divorced from the religion itself. For more than a decade, my message has been simple. Islam is not a religion of peace. When I assert this, I do not mean that Islamic belief makes all Muslims violent. This is manifestly not the case. There are many millions of peaceful Muslims in the world. What I do say is
even that's kind of like an insultingly ridiculous understatement. There are millions of Muslims who are peaceful. Well, Islam makes up about 1.8 billion people. So when you say millions of people, what are you saying? Like what? 10, 15% of Muslims are peaceful? You saying, yeah, exactly. It's billions, not millions, right? It's millions sounds nice and it sounds like a lot of people. The problem is Muslims make up about a quarter of humanity, right? Between 20 and 25%. 1.8, 1.9 billion people. So when you say millions, what? You mean like what? 10% of the Muslims, 20% of the Muslims, right? So anyway.
that the call to violence and the justification for it are explicitly stated in the sacred texts of Islam. Moreover, this theologically sanctioned violence is there to be activated by any number of offenses, including but not limited to adultery, blasphemy, homosexuality, and apostasy, that is to leave Islam.
Okay, so basically what she did was she named out a bunch of crimes that an Islamic state, a real Islamic state would consider basically crimes, right? It says theologically sanctioned violence. Well, first of all, what do you mean by violence? As Muslims, we don't believe in vigilantism. Okay, if there is a state being run by Sharia, right, then you have crimes which are obviously, and then you would have police, you'd have courts, you'd have judges, you'd have, you'd have court hearings, you'd have testimonies, you'd have evidence and lawyers and this, that. Like you have these things, right? You have basically, a system where there are crimes, there are criminals, and there's a system of capturing criminals and how to punish them, right? It's not just no, but it's when she says theologically sanctioned violence. What do you mean? You mean theologically sanctioned laws and punishments for those laws? What do you mean by violence, right? Now, if she means by violence, if she means Muslims can go around with hacksaws, okay, let's see who committed adultery. Okay, who's an apostate? Obviously, first of all, both of those topics, punishing apostasy and punishing adultery, those are very complicated topics. Not complicated because we want to like simp to the West like she is, because genuinely, it's not just okay, he committed adultery, for example. Okay, bring him. It doesn't work that way, right? There's a certain amount of evidence that's required. Even if the evidence is met, there are other conditions that have to be fulfilled. It's an entire system. It's not just this would be the equivalent of saying, okay, in the States, if you steal something, you get the death penalty. I mean, the death penalty is gone in most states, but at one point it was there. Imagine me saying, well, guess what? In Texas, you steal something, you get punished. Or if you steal something, they come and commit violence against you. You'd say, well, okay, first of all, theft is a crime. It's not just some deed. It's not just something you do. It's a crime. It's considered a crime. Now, if you don't consider it a crime where you're from, that's on you. Fine. But in Texas, or in other states, theft is considered a crime. And it's not just violence. Oh, they commit violence against you. Well, no, there's a state with laws and they have punishments for violating those laws. Likewise, things like adultery and blasphemy and all these other things, right? These are considered punishments. Again, blasphemy with inverted commas, adultery with inverted commas, right? Apostasy with inverted commas, right? Because obviously it's not just as simple as, oh, that guy over there, he's an apostate. Okay, bring him over here. Oh, that guy over there, he committed adultery. Let's go get him. It doesn't work that way. But with with the system, if the system is put into action, if the Islamic system and the Islamic Sharia is put into practice, and then someone is found guilty of adultery or guilty of this crime and that crime, then of course Islam as a political system as well as a theological system will institute a punishment. But to simply write that off as, oh, Muslims are violent against that person, Islamic Sharia condones violence against those people. Well, I mean, I don't know if a legal punishment would be accurately represented by calling it violence. Oh, is the death? Imagine, like, for example, what do you call it? That state over there is very violent. They have the death penalty. The death penalty isn't like just something people walk around and do, right? The death penalty is an actual, like, court decided, there's a system in place that institutes that punishment. There's a system in place that's designed to give that punishment fairly to who deserves it and who doesn't. It's not just, nilly-nilly. Like I said, we don't believe in vigilantism or anything like that. So, but it's just strange how, they would like this how much they would water down Islam to the point where they would describe legal punishments, like legal, like court decided punishments, as, oh, theologically sanctioned violence. I mean, okay, by that definition, every punishable crime and every punishment in the West is a secular sanctioned violence, right? Every punishment for theft, every punishment for murder, every punishment for any crime in the West, by that default, would be considered a secular sanctioned violence, right? If the Sharia's, sorry. Sorry, my sisters just have this thing. They just walk into my room, subhanAllah. You could knock. Man, subhanAllah. May Allah bless them. But may Allah give me patience. Anyway, alhamdulillah. What was I saying? Right? And I think I made my point clear. The if legal punishments in Islam are considered theological sanctioned violence, okay, then by that virtue, every punishment sanctioned by the West on criminals would be considered a secular sanctioned violence. Absolutely, like that's a very unacademic and unintellectual watering down of state law and of jurisprudence. But anyway, let's continue.
Those who tolerate this intolerance do so at their peril. As someone who has known what it is to live without freedom, I watch in amazement as those who call themselves liberals and progressives, people who claim to believe so fervently in individual liberty and minority rights, make common cause with the forces in the world that manifestly pose the greatest threat to that very freedom and those very minorities. In 2014, I was invited to accept an honorary degree from Brandeis University for the work I have done on behalf of women's rights in the Muslim world. That invitation was withdrawn after professors and students protested my criticism of Islam. My subsequent disinvitation, as it came to be called, was no favor to Muslims, just the opposite. By labeling critical examination of Islam as inherently racist, we make the chances of reformation far less likely.
Sorry, I'm not muted. There's nothing wrong with critical skepticism. Sorry, let me say that right. Wait, hold on. What was the word she used? Yeah. There's nothing wrong with critical examination of Islam. I do, however, have a problem with hypocritical examination of Islam, right? I do have a problem with hypocrisy. Critical thinking is one thing. Hypocrisy is something else. Now, what hypocrisy am I talking about? Let's find out.
There are no limits on criticism of Christianity at American universities or anywhere else for that matter. Why should there be of Islam? Instead of contorting Western intellectual traditions so as not to offend our Muslim fellow citizens, we need to defend both those traditions and the Muslim dissidents who take great risks to promote them.
Really? Let's rewatch that. I want everyone to rewatch that.
Christianity at American universities or anywhere else for that matter. Why should there be of Islam? Instead of contorting Western intellectual traditions so as not to offend our Muslim fellow citizens, we need to defend both those traditions and the Muslim dissidents who take great risks to promote them.
So notice what she said here. Why should we twist Western values to appease the Muslims? Why should we change Western values to appease Islamic tradition, Islamic belief? And yet, do you guys remember what she said earlier? Islam needs a reform. Islam needs to change. And we need to support, and she just said that right now, we need to support those who are trying to change things. So you want us to reform our beliefs to fit your beliefs, and yet you firmly are firmly stuck on saying, no, we can never twist Western values to try to appease the Muslims. You don't want to twist your values, fine. Go ahead. We don't have your values. No problem. But don't come to us and tell us, well, we have to have a reformation. But then in return, you then start insisting, guys, you can't tell Muslims you have to reform, but then complain to others who want to twist Western values in Western society to appease others, right? If you don't want us to appease, look, if you don't want to twist your values to appease us, why would you expect us to twist Islam to appease you? Is this not shameless hypocrisy? This is absolutely shameless hypocrisy. This is absolutely shameless hypocrisy. She is she's openly. So this is ridiculous. Absolutely, the level of this hypocrisy is astonishing. Absolutely astonishing. She's a bastion of she's telling Muslims you have to reform your religion, and also not only that, but she's telling the West that the West has to be involved and has to support this reformation of Islam. And yet she's firmly saying, nope, Western values should not be twisted to appease the Muslims. We should be firm in our Western secular liberal values. Absolute hypocrisy. Absolute hypocrisy, subhanAllah. And it gets worse. It gets worse, by the way. You think that's the worst? Just give it a second.
We should support these brave men and women in every way possible. Imagine a platform for Muslim dissidents that communicated their message through YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. These are the Muslims we should be supporting for our sake as much as for the sake of Islam. In the Cold War, the West celebrated dissidents such as Alexander Solzhenitsyn, Andrei Sakharov, and Václav Havel, who had the courage to challenge the Soviet system from within. Today, there are many dissidents who challenge Islam, but the West either ignores them or dismisses them as not representative. This is a grave mistake. Reformers such as Tawfiq Hamid, Asra Nomani, and Zuhi Jasser, and many others must be supported and protected. They should be as well known as Solzhenitsyn, Sakharov, and Havel were in the 1980s. If we do in fact support political, social, and religious freedom, then we cannot in good conscience give Islam a free pass on the grounds of multicultural sensitivity.
So everyone notice? What was she doing there? She was listing up, by the way, I don't know any of those people. I haven't looked any of them up. But regardless, just so you guys know, now I haven't looked up any of those people, but now notice something now. What was she just doing now? She was naming off individuals who worked in ironically, the example I used earlier, in communist Russia, people who were challenging the status quo, challenging the laws, challenging the way of life from the inside. And she's also doing she did the same thing for Muslims. She said, oh, look, here are these Muslims who are challenging Islam from the inside, challenging Islam from within Muslim countries, challenging the status quo, challenging the laws, etc. But now let's wait and see what she has to say next. Check this out.
We need to say to Muslims living in the West, if you want to live in our societies, to share in the material benefits, then you need to accept that our freedoms are not optional.
Oh, what just happened? What just happened? She's openly supporting she's openly supporting reformers and, progressives in the Muslim world. But when it comes to Western values, what does she say? Not an option. This is how it is. This is our way of life. You have to respect it. What's going on here? What is going on here? This is absolutely shameless hypocrisy, right? This is the same thing that her butt buddy Sam Harris, someone she's done a lot of work with closely, right? This is like this is the same rhetoric her butt buddy Sam Harris was doing, right? Oh, Muslims are so oppressive. Muslims are so terrible. Muslims this, but we have our way of life, and we're not going to change it. We want to empower change. This is what Sam Harris did. He accused Muslims, if I remember my video correctly, he accused Muslims of trying to work within the Western system, work within, like, from the inside, trying to change trying to challenge democracy, trying to change the West from the inside. And then what did he do a few minutes later? He praised the Muslims, the liberal Muslims in the West, in the Muslim countries, who are trying to change things from the inside. Exactly. American exceptionalism. Exactly. Thank you. Right. 1 second, they're accusing Muslims, or this is not what she's doing. This is what Sam Harris did. He accused Muslims 1 second of trying to change the West from the inside, trying to influence the West, trying to impose they're trying to secretly impose their values on the West. And then what did he do a few minutes later? We need to empower the reformers in the Middle East. We need to empower the people changing things in the Middle East. If you have a problem with us supposedly, if you think we're just playing it low key, trying to change your society, you have a problem with that. Why are you supporting the exact same thing in our countries? Why? Again, hypocrisy, right? As it was said, American exceptionalism, right? What is she doing? What is Ayaan Hirsi Ali here saying? What did she say before? What is Ayaan Hirsi Ali here doing? Ayaan Hirsi Ali here is telling Muslims, look, you need to respect our Western values. These are not optional. You have to respect them. If you're going to come here and prosper here, you have to respect them. And then yet, just a few minutes earlier, what did she say? Islam needs a reformation. Muslims need to change. And we need to empower the Muslims who are progressive and trying to change Islam. I need a second, man. I need a second. What the heck, man? Oh my God. I need to stretch that out. Oh boy. Oh my God, man. This is absolutely just absolutely ridiculous, man. The video's almost over. I think the video's, let me see.
Islam is at a crossroads of reformation or self-destruction, but so is the West. I'm Ayaan Hirsi Ali of Harvard University for Prager University.
Yeah, that just further goes to show, if you're going to study Islam, don't study in the West, because this is the kind of people that places like Harvard and other places will look up to, unfortunately. I know, right, Harvard? This is absolutely, like, dude, I don't know how... Like, we have our way of life. You can't change anything about that. Our way of life is not optional, but you have to reform your way of life. Oh man, this is what happens. This is just absolutely, that's hilarious. Are there any non-Muslims in the live chat who wanna maybe I don't know, think I'm being unfair here? I mean, look, I think it's shameless. I think it's very blatant hypocrisy. What do you guys think? Absolutely blatant hypocrisy. They're firm on their way of life. They're firm that their way of life cannot change. It is not going to change and has to be basically they're firm that their way of life is unchallengeable and has to remain the same and is not an option. And yet Muslims, you have to reform. Muslims, Islam needs a reformation, and we need to empower the reformer Muslims. I mean, don't get me wrong. Look, I don't have an issue with someone having a strict way of life. You can have your strict way of life by all means, right? I'm not for somebody, I'm not for any Muslim living in the West shoving his religion down anyone's throat. If any of you Muslims go around and start like for example, if I saw a Muslim going around yelling at people, man, you guys are committing adultery, you guys are supporting homosexuality, you guys are supporting this and this and this, you shame on you, this, that, the other. I would condemn him for like, akhi, the laws of this land are one, like these people aren't Muslims. This isn't a Muslim land. We don't have the right to impose our beliefs. We don't have the right to. Now, we can hold firmly that these things are wrong. And if somebody asks us, what do you believe? Do you believe these things are wrong? We say, yes, 100%. Adultery, zina, riba, what's it called? Interest. We're against these things, 100%. But I'm not going to go and, knock on the bank's door and say, shame on you people. You guys are doing riba. You guys are doing this. You guys are doing that. Oh, I'm going to go and interrupt non-married couples. No. Hey, are you guys committing zina? That's haram, terrible. Shame on you people, right? I'm not going to do that. And we Muslims shouldn't do that because this is not a Muslim land. These people aren't Muslims. Sharia is not instituted here. And even if Sharia wasn't, even like in Muslim countries, it would make more sense because even though they're not necessarily being run by Sharia, at least it's a Muslim land. At least everyone is Muslim. Everyone ideally should agree generally on what's moral and what's immoral, right? But if you're living in a non-Muslim society, you can't expect people to be following the Sharia. Why would we? Why? What the hell you expect? You're living in a non-Muslim land, right? I mean, it's weird enough if it's weird enough if it's in a Muslim land. Okay, that's different. But if you're in a non-Muslim land and you're going around and shoving your beliefs down everyone's throats and saying, "Oh, why are you guys doing this? Why are you doing that? This is terrible." Now, you can respectfully advocate for things you believe in. So, for example, you can respectfully advocate that certain things should be allowed, certain things should not be allowed. But you shouldn't like go around like a vigilante style, expecting everybody to obey your laws and obey your. I'm talking to Muslims, by the way. I mean, you shouldn't go around, hammering people with your morals and hammering people with your, with your beliefs. Shame on you for this, shame on you for that. It's like, they're non-Muslims. It's a non-Muslim land. What the hell you expect? Right? This isn't, why would we expect that to be practiced here? Now, if we're in a Muslim land, then that's where, okay, zina's haram. That's where look, you basically put it this way. Just like we wouldn't expect an American to go to Canada and enforce American law there, we Muslims don't go around to non-Muslim countries or to non-Sharia lands and try to impose our laws there, right? This would be like, for example, in the U.S., the legal drinking age is 21, and I think in Australia, and I think maybe even Canada, I could be wrong, but I know in Australia it's 18. Imagine an American going to Australia, seeing an 18-year-old drinking alcohol. Man, that's terrible. Man, that's illegal. That's wrong. That's this. That's that. Be like, dude, that's maybe where you're from. Maybe according to your values, fine. You're in Australia. We disagree. Right? You know what I'm saying? You can have your thoughts, you can believe whatever you like, go ahead. But you can't expect me as if you're going to someone who's living in Australia, you can't expect them to, or in the UK. The UK is 18. Okay, fine. An American can't go to Australia or to the UK and say to them, "Oh man, what the heck? How can you possibly be drinking at 18?" I mean, you could disagree with it. Maybe you can be curious and ask them, "Hey, by the way, don't you think that's a little young?" I don't know. I mean, there's no good age to drink alcohol because alcohol is bad, period. But from a non-Muslim perspective, right? From an American might think 21 is the right age. You might go to the UK or to Australia. Oh, 18 years old, you can drink alcohol? Man, that's terrible. Okay, believe as you like, but don't go to other countries and go to other lands where the way of life is different and expect them to follow your way of life. No Muslim should do that. And I would be just as much against a Muslim doing that as a non-Muslim. Okay? Now these non-Muslims, but these people, that's what they're doing. They're going around, parading this idea that Islam needs to be reformed. Islam is terrible. Islam is barbaric. Islam is old. It needs to be reformed. But our Western values, not optional. Nope. You come and live in the West. She said it herself. Yes, she said it herself. Muslims who come to the West need to understand, if you're going to come here and live peacefully and prosper, then our values are not optional. No problem. No problem. If a Muslim chooses to go live in your land, he's choosing to go live in your land, live under your laws. That's what a passport is. A passport is an agreement, a contract to live under their laws. If you don't want to live under their laws, you shouldn't go to that country. Right? Right? Okay. Which is, I have nothing to do with, I have no issue with that. But then Why can't you afford us that same logic, that same, respect? Why can't you say, well, Muslims, yeah, you have your way of life. You have your way of life. Lakum dinukum waliya din, right? That's what that's, Lakum dinukum waliya din. You have your religion, we have ours. You have your way of life, you have your own laws and ideas. We have ours, right? That we Muslims believe that. Okay, you non-Muslims living in your non-Muslim lands, you want to go ahead and destroy your societies with all of your liberal laws and secular laws? Bismillah, Bismillah, go ahead. That's on you, right? You can come become Muslim and join the prosperity of Islam later, right? Right. But to then expect us Muslims to have to reform. What? Who are you? Who are you to tell us we have to reform? Get out of here. This is the exact superiority complex that the West propagates, that she's become a simp essentially for, right? She's simping for the Western colonial mindset, for the Western superiority complex. The West is good. The Western laws and the Western way of life, not optional, set in stone, cannot be changed, cannot be challenged. Islam needs to be reformed, needs to be changed, needs to be fixed, needs to be modernized. Absolute shameless hypocrisy, man. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and put the StreamYard link out. Muslims, please stay out of the link for just the time being. All right, I will let Muslims come on shortly, but I do want to give a chance for non-Muslims to come up to basically tell me what they think, what they thought of the video. If they think any of my criticism has been unintelligent or if I'm misrepresenting anything, or if I'm anything like any questions, comments, concerns from any non-Muslims regarding the topic, this link is for you. Everyone else, please, I beg you, please, just keep out of the link just for now. And please don't be one of those people. And I mean, this is especially for us certain Muslims. Yeah, please don't come up just to give me just to tell me quickly, oh, I feel sorry for this, or I'm sorry for that, or there was this one time 6 months ago where I said this. Just keep that out of here, man. Please, I appreciate it. Right? I've had people who will come to the same who will come stream after stream after stream saying the exact same joke or doing the exact same thing, despite me telling them to stop, and then they'll start coming later on and doing the same thing just to apologize. I'm like, come on, man, really? I mean, no hard feelings. I'm just saying it's just a bit like a bit of a waste of time. Let me Let me go ahead and firstly, let me go to the video so I can go to my video. Sorry, so I can pin the link. Sorry, guys, just a second. Okay, here we go. Let me go ahead and share the stream. Sorry, yeah, share the StreamYard link. And let me go ahead and pin it. So go ahead, guys. The StreamYard link is there in the live chat, and it's also pinned. Sorry, guys, just 1 second. I hate autocorrect on the phone, man. Hey, man, one day, inshallah, when this channel picks up a bit more. That's it's from a previous video. It's a bit of an inside joke. So there's someone backstage, but oh, never mind. He just left. Device wasn't connected, but he just left. Dawah Ninja. Okay. I like that. Walaikum assalam, Nabil. Rumsey, have you thought about doing public debates? It depends on what topic and who with. It would depend. Oh, man. Oh, by the way, guys, I finished. Just so you guys know, I already finished the chocolate pudding jello, which isn't really jello. Ban, I see you backstage. Could you turn your camera on really quickly? Ban, I see you backstage. You got to turn your camera on for just a second. Okay, until you. Oh wait. Yeah, ban. That's a rule I have. No one else will see. No one else will see you, ban. Just me. I just have to see your face for just a second. No one else will see you. I promise. Yeah, that's a rule I've had on this channel for ages, for a long time. This isn't like something new. Doxing. I'm not asking you to dox yourself. I'm asking just to see your face, and no one else will see you. Yeah. No one else will see you. I swear to God. I swear to God. No one else can see you right now. Just me. I just have to see your face for just a second. No one else will. What do you call it? Like, your face is you. Okay, and I have to see it, right? Okay, this is how I prevent trolls from coming on the stream, right? If you're someone seriously willing to have a discussion, okay, great. No one else will see your face. I'm not asking you to show your face publicly. I would never do that to somebody, but I'm just me, no one else. Okay. I swear to God, no one will know what you look like. Okay, well, band, I've had this rule on this channel for a long time. If you're not willing to show your face for just a split second, just to me and to no one else, well then, sorry, right? I mean, everyone else in the live chat can verify. I've had this rule for the longest time. Okay, right? I don't know why you're afraid to show your face for just a split second. Right? I mean, are you like, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm not scared. Okay, Dan. Okay, so ban. I'm not scared to talk. I've had this rule on my channel for a long time. If you come on my stream, I need to see your face for just a split second. No one else will see you. All right. I'm not asking you to show yourself to the whole world, just to me. Okay. All right. I need to know you're not a troll. All right. Just calm down. Look, see. If you don't want to talk, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Okay, ban. It's simple. Just show your face or get lost, okay? All right. Okay, I'm a liar. You can tell me why I'm lying. Just show your face for a split second, just to me. Just to me, no one else. Like, I'm not special, bro. I'm nobody important, all right? I'm not going to judge you for how you look. You can have all the scars on your face. I'm not going to judge you, I swear. Right? You don't have to show your face, ban. Just show your face to me right now. You're backstage, and no one else can see you. You just have to turn your camera on for a split second so I can see your face. You can turn it off. Then you can turn your camera off, and then I'll bring you on. Okay, I want to talk, not show my face. Nobody else will see your face but me. You're backstage now. No one else can see you. Turn your camera on for just a second so I can see your face to verify that you're not a troll. And then you can turn your camera off and I'll bring you on. If that's too much to ask of you, then I don't know what to tell you. Sorry. I've had this rule on this I've had this rule on this channel for a very long time. This isn't like the first day I've done this. Yeah, ban, get it through your skull. Not going to happen unless you show your face to me for just a split second. Okay? All right? You think that makes me a coward? Okay, yeah, I'm not going to let you. Yeah, I know you just want to talk. You just want to talk. Okay, I get it. Right? I get it. You just want to talk. We can talk after you show me your face for a split second. Are you that insecure? Right? Are you that insecure to show your face for just a second to one person? Not to the world. I get it. You don't want to show it to the whole world. I get that. That's fine. That's totally understand. But okay, there's someone else backstage. You don't have a name. You just have a finger pointed up. Could you turn your camera on for a split second? Perfect. Wait, are you above the age of 18? I can't hear you, by the way. But are you above the age of 18? Below? You are? Okay, perfect. You can go ahead and turn your camera off if you'd like. Perfect.
I'm just asking like one major thing. How did you like hear about like pay-per-view? I would admit I actually used to follow pay-per-view back in the day. Like a few years ago, but recently.
Sorry. One second. Sorry. What's your name, if you don't mind me asking? You don't have to tell me, but
Wells Harris. Well, that's like a short name. A longer name. If you were to look at it, it's a very Anglo-Saxon name. Personally, like I want to
like. So what would you like me to call you?
Just go by like Wells. If you really like it.
Wells.
Yeah.
Wells.
Yes.
No problem. Okay. So Wells. So let's. So, do you have any questions, comments, concerns about the video we just responded to?
Yes. But specifically, it's how you feel. It's how you feel about pay-per-view and may right-wing media, specifically Fox News and those ones. I would admit, I used to actually like listen to pay-per-view recently or like back in the day until like about a year ago. I would admit I wasn't really watching pay-per-view that much, but now I was like, I should probably stop watching this stuff because I would admit, like, my dad does watch some right wing media, specifically Fox News, and he watches Tucker Carlson. Oh boy,
I mean, man, look, this stuff really can brainwash you. It's very they pride themselves in being critical, but if you just dig below the surface, they're very not critical of their own views.
Yes, and there's this like say on Al Jazeera Sunday, someone had said many conservatives in the United States live like they live inside of a bubble, and they barely hear anything outside, and they did something that's called self brainwashing at this point, and that was on Al Jazeera. So like. It's just like a very dangerous concoction. It's very dangerous at this point, actually.
Yeah, funny enough, I'm being called a coward by the person who is so insecure he can't show his face to me for 3 seconds.
I would admit that was me. That was me, actually.
Man, that was you.
I guess yes. I would admit it's my first time.
Wait. Hold on, man. Are you the person who's leaving these messages in the private chat?
Who were they? Who was it? Was it like
some guy named Ban is backstage, telling me I'm insecure and I'm a coward, all because
no.
Okay, then yeah. That's fine. I didn't think so. That's So, Ban. Apparently I'm the coward because I want to see your face for 2 seconds.
Like you're not a pervert. I know you're not. You're not weird.
No, man. I've had this policy on the Wes. Was it hard for you to do what you did?
I would admit that I hadn't really like went on this like operating system that much. I would admit when I was like backstage, but
it wasn't hard for you. Like, was it like inappropriate or weird for me to ask just to see your face? No one else saw your face, just me. I just saw it for just a split second, and that's all I needed. And I brought you on. Right? It's that easy. But now I'm apparently because I want to verify somebody. I don't want to. I'm being called a coward and insecure. I'm told that they can destroy me and annihilate me. Okay, you don't have the courage to show your face for a split second. Okay, then if it's not happening, if you're too coward to show your face for 2 seconds, Ban, then bye.
Okay, but I was like it was almost like this energy, you know, when when you're getting ready for like a presentation for some people you like barely met at all, and you feel like a little tense. That was kind of me, to be honest.
No, look, I understand. Look, it's one thing. Look, even just to have people hear your voice, someone can be nervous. I get that, okay. But but he's so brave. He's like, I can tell you everything. I can annihilate you. I can destroy you. Okay, great. I just me, no one else, just me. I have to see your face for a couple seconds. Like, what are you? Are you like in the sitting on the toilet? Are you? If you're sitting on the toilet, you just say I'm on the toilet. I need 10 minutes, right?
Okay, okay.
Anyway, well, do you have any other points you want to make, or?
No, no thing. But you know what? But you know what, Sanjay? I would say thanks to Sanjay. Thanks, Sanjay, for your understanding in this stage Thanks.
No problem. No problem. You have a good one. Okay, so I see a couple Muslims backstage. Are there any non-Muslims who aren't that insecure who want to come up on stage? By insecure, there's nothing wrong with being insecure, but I mean to the point where you can't show one person your face for 2 seconds, and then to call me a coward and call me, you know, I can destroy you. I can destroy you. Okay, show me your face for 2 seconds. You know, I just want to talk. Okay, well, you can talk to yourself. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Free Naturalist, right? Free Naturalist is a non-Muslim. He's been on this channel before, right? Okay, this isn't like some new rule I just came up with, guys. All right, I've been clearly this person's not familiar with my content. Right. For now, non-Muslims, I will allow Muslims shortly, inshallah. But if you want to sit tight in the backstage, you could if you'd like. But what do you call it? Yeah. Niqabis, don't worry, you don't have to show your face. I mean, you will have to turn your camera on just so I can see who you. No, I'm not going to see your face, obviously, but just to see, right? But then you know, I'm not going to make you lift your niqab. This isn't like a passport photo, subhanallah. I know, right, Miss Nomad? I know, right? No, man. But what do you call it? I just went to the gym. I don't know if eating snacks after. I don't know if eating chocolate pudding after the gym is like. It's not a sin, but is it like? I don't know. I see someone backstage. Pa Osman, could you please turn your camera on for just a moment, please? No one else will see you but me, just for a split second, and then you can turn it off. He's not. I kicked him. The word. I kicked him. I kept telling him, just turn your camera on for a split second. I'll bring you on. You can come and just. He said, I'll destroy you. I can annihilate you. Okay, great. Just turn your camera on for a split second. And he explicitly said he wouldn't. Let's get out of here. Let's see here. Neil Castro, I see you backstage. I want to see if there are any non-Muslims who pop in really quickly. What is this here? Oh no, forget that. Non-Muslims. How do you turn your camera on? What do you call it? When you go into StreamYard, they should give you the option to mute yourself, to unmute yourself. Turn your camera on, turn your camera off. Hackroff the Century says devices not okay, and he left. Debate Christian Prince. Guys, I don't know how many times people are going to ask me to do this. I've told you all. If there are any, I don't know if you in particular, Soland, are a CP fanboy, or if you're a Muslim, maybe, I don't know. But to all the CP fanboys, a message for your Lord and Savior, Christian Princess. I will debate him in person after his in-person debate with Farid. And don't worry, he can wear a tiki mask, and I'll wear one too, so he doesn't have to show. Apparently, all these people apparently it's a coincidence. All the people who can refute Islam are all really, really like insecure about their face, to the point where they won't even show it to one person. It's strange, but I get it. You don't want to show your face to the whole world. Fine, wear a mask and no problem. I'm debating converting to Islam. Hey, but by all means, if you have any questions, if you have any questions, comments, concerns, by all means. I'm saying non-Muslims can come up right now. This is a chance for non-Muslims to come up. I mean, if you have some fairly simple questions about Islam, maybe, but primarily we're talking about the video we just responded to. But if you're on the verge of converting to Islam and you have some basic questions, by all means. yeah, that's right. That's right. I can annihilate you, but I can't show you my face for 2 seconds. Okay. Well, I can annihilate you, but I don't care. Yeah, Sister Zainab. I mean, I admire your bravery, but don't ever go to, this is my humble advice. Don't ever go to a person like that's platform. And a matter of fact, it's technically haram. I mean, I'm not trying to be haram police here, but it's technically, I'm not saying this against you or anyone in particular. Generally, I'll be honest. I've gone to non-Muslims platforms before and debated them before on certain apps. That was a mistake of mine. It's actually haram to sit with people who are insulting Allah and His Messenger, as per the Quran, chapter 4, verse 140, if I remember correctly. So it's not. Yeah. Well, Adi, you want me to debate you? I can debate you if you like. Ramsey, were you in a debate club when you were in high school? No, I was not. Wish I was, though. That'd be nice. I feel like I should have started a club like that. I was too busy dealing with my Spanish teacher. Oh, man. Oh, boy. Any other non-Muslims? I'll give it another minute or two, maybe a couple minutes, and then because I got Muslims backstage, and I feel rude keeping them waiting for too long. But if what do you call it? I mean, if there are no non-Muslims coming up, then what the heck? But I didn't know showing your face to me for 2 seconds was that big a deal. I mean, I've had sisters who are willing to do that. I've had sisters who are willing to do that, man. It's like, grow up. Bro Rumsey, you did not answer the question. How can you debate CP without seeing his face, wearing a mask, and banned? Well, one, Christian Prince is not just some random bozo. Well, he is a bozo, but he's not some random unknown person off of YouTube. He's a well-known person, a well-accredited. Sorry, not well-accredited. Unfortunately, he's a world-renowned Islamophobe, right? He's not just some random person who no one knows off the internet. That's the first thing. Right, so it's not exactly the same. You're comparing somebody who has a very large following, who's well known, unfortunately, but is well known, to some random nobody I just met 4 minutes ago. Okay, it's not exactly the same. Right. And by the way, what do you call it? Even if CP had to show his face to me for 10 seconds, like what? Do you think I'm gonna like? You think people are going to kidnap me and scan my brain and get a picture of CP, right? Even if he had to show his face to me only, right? Like what? Like I wouldn't mind swearing. I wouldn't mind swearing to Allah that I'll see your face, but I will never ever give details of your face other than that it's ugly and it's disgusting. But other than that, I Don't backbite. Backbite who? Who am I backbiting? Yeah. I mean, people overall there know I have a channel, so it's not like if they wanted to come, they would. Okay, guys, just to make it clear, I am a Sunni Muslim follow the Salaf al-Salih, Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah, and Quran and Sunnah. Well, to put that in order, to put it in the correct order. Quran and Sunnah, Ahl Sunnah, Quran and Sunnah, Salaf Salih, Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah. That basically sums up my beliefs. Jazakallah khair, hacker of the century. Hacker of the century, subhanAllah. That always throws me off. Yeah, you know what? I'll debate on that. I can debate you on that, Ali. You know? Yeah. I can definitely debate that. No, word. I don't have. It's not. What do you call it? I don't need to see his face to debate. I need to see his face to know that he's not a troll. I've had people, guys, believe it or not, backstage who will. What do you call it? Who will play inappropriate things. I had someone one time turn his camera on for just a split second just to do something very inappropriate with a mushaf. Okay. We've had people, not on this channel, but on other channels, who will come on. They won't ask who they are. They'll not ask for them to turn on their camera. They won't ask anything of them. They'll just bring them on without them turning on their camera, and then they play some very inappropriate video of something, right? And then they'll get and then people will mass report the video. The channel will get banned, and then boom. Okay, all right. What do you call it? Guys, I am from Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah. Make that clear. All right. So, but yeah, for precautionary purposes, I can't have someone on my stream if I can't just see their face for 2 seconds. I'm just asking just me by myself, no one else. I'm not asking you to show your face to the world. I would never do that. I get that. I wouldn't. Right. I was nervous, too nervous to come on stream one time. I get it. All right. I wouldn't want to show my. I wouldn't want. What do you call it? Like I wouldn't. I get that. Don't get me wrong. I understand. I'm not asking you to show your face to the world, just to me. I'm not someone important. I'm just a 21-year-old living in California. That's it. Okay. If you can't even show me, if you can't show a 21-year-old living on the West Coast what your face looks like for 2 seconds, how the hell are you gonna be able to debate me, even if it's just your voice in front of all these people, 101 people who are watching right now? Alhamdulillah. If you guys haven't dropped a like on the video, be sure to drop a like. If you guys would like to support the channel, be sure to, if you're able to, you can always become members. You can press the join button. If it's not under the video, it'll be on the channel homepage. And if you're on your phone and it's not there, it'll definitely be there on your computer, on your laptop, desktop, wherever. Just basically go to the channel homepage. You'll find the join button there. You can become channel members. You get members only live chats, members only streams, members only emojis, which I've seen some of you using. Ramzi emojis, alhamdulillah. And very soon, inshallah, we will be having merchandise for the channel, inshallah. I'm not going to say exactly when, but we will be having Dawah over Dunya hoodies, Dawah over Dunya t-shirts, hats, and inshallah, it's going to be awesome, inshallah. But obviously, if you guys want to support the channel, and of course, your dua are the most important thing in the world. If you're not able to support the channel in those ways, understandable, no problem at all. Your dua is what's most important to me. Let me see here. Yeah, thank you, Ismail, for the demonstration with the emojis. Start the reaction. We already did the reaction, Rando. Go back in the video. We already did the reaction. We need tea and biscuits hoodies. You know what? That gives me an idea, actually. Interesting. Maybe not that in particular, but that does give me an idea. Right. Funny enough, somebody told me to keep my phone on in case they message me, and now I'm messaging them and they're not responding. Interesting. Alhamdulillah. Nah, we're all busy, I understand. All right, looks like sorry guys, what do you call it? Rumsey, do you respond to email? I do respond to email, but I do get a lot of emails. So if I don't respond to you right away, I'd appreciate your patience. Yeah, right. No takers at all. All right. I guess I'll have Muslims on. Like I said, so guys, just to be clear, by the way, this applies to Muslims and non-Muslims as well. That's another thing I want to make this clear. I have this rule for Muslims and non-Muslims, right? Muslims, you want to come on the stage, you have to, for everyone, you have to be above the age. This rule applies to anyone who wants to come on my stream. Muslim, non-Muslim, alien, Martian, I don't care where you're from or who you are, what you believe. You have to be above the age of 18. You have to show your face. You have to show me and only me your face for just a couple seconds. And then I'll bring you. I don't have a problem bringing you on the stream. But of course, if you can't do those things, respect, then I can't bring you on the stream. No hard feelings, of course. No. Rais, I see you backstage. Could you turn your camera on just for a second, please? Perfect. All right. Go ahead and bring you on. See, guys, that wasn't that hard. Was that very hard, Rais?
No, it wasn't hard. Assalamu alaikum, by the way.
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. What's going on, man?
How are you, man? So, I've got a question. It's regarding sifat. So I was watching a Sheikh Usman video, and I got confused because I wanted to know more about sifat and how they work. So can you please explain it to me? Because
if it's a Aqidah issue, I can't really help you because Aqidah is a very complex and very important topic. And I definitely don't want to say anything, speak out of ignorance on that.
No, I just want to know about sifat and how it works and stuff. What is it exactly? Because I don't understand it properly.
The sifat of Allah are just the attributes of Allah. That's pretty much that's all I can say for certain. The sifat of Allah are just the attributes of Allah. That's it. So, for example, we say Allah has a yad, has a hand, but it's not a human hand. Laysa kamithlihi shay. There's nothing like unto Allah. He has a hand, but it's not like that of a human. It's nothing like we can imagine. Allah has, for the Quran says Allah has a shin, if I'm not mistaken, right? What do you call it? All these things, but these things, a face, we believe Allah has a face, but these are things that laysa kamithlihi shay, there's nothing like unto them. We're not told what these things are like. We do affirm explicitly, yes, Allah has a face, but not a human face, not a face of any kind we can imagine. So those are the sifat of Allah, just the attributes of Allah. Anything past that, I can't really get into detail or really anything at all.
Okay, so if this part is a bit too detailed, then we can move on to a different question. But does that mean like this is the issue? It is when it comes to sifat, does that mean it's limited or he has components or?
No, okay, so what do you call it?
Does that mean like physical sifat, as in when it comes to like hands and face and stuff like that? Does that mean he's like?
That's because
is he physically unlimited or is he physically limited?
Allah isn't physical at all. Allah isn't physical at all in any sense.
No, in his existence.
In any sense, Allah isn't physical.
Wait, so how? Okay, so it's like something we can't understand. Then is that what it is?
Okay, it's something we don't have knowledge of. Allah is metaphysical. He says he has a face. Is it a face? Is it a physical face? No. Is it a face?
Okay.
Face? No. Is it a face like anything we can imagine? No, it's not. Laysa kamithlihi shay. There's something like unto him. And this isn't something that contradicts this isn't something that contradicts the oneness of God. This isn't something that contradicts the necessary attributes of God, of a necessary existence. So this is now, is this something that we can go into detail of? No, because we don't have the details. But there's a difference. Yeah. But now, for example, if I was to come and tell you, I believe God is a pen.
Yeah, I got you.
And it's a mystery. You'd say, well, okay, regardless of whether it's a mystery or not, the God being a pen contradicts the necessary attributes of a necessary existence. But God having a face, which we know nothing of in terms of what it looks like, what it's like. It's not physical. We know it's not. Allah is not physical. But does Allah have? When you think of face, it's not skin and eyes, eyebrows, mustache. You got what I'm saying? A beard. That's a human face, right? Laysa kamithlihi shay. Anything you can imagine is not Allah's. Any kind of face you can imagine is not Allah's face.
All right. Speaking of faces, yeah, I know this might be an Aqidah issue or it might be a simple issue, but when it comes to this is something that I was thinking about because there was a hadith that says that, when you have faces or drawn pictures in your house of a face, let's say, for example, obviously face, right? That's haram. Then angels don't enter your house. With me, in my house, there's pictures, let's say,
that's true or not. That might be true. That might not be true. I'd have to do research.
Okay, but regardless, faces are haram, right? Growing them, right? So my question is, when it comes to faces,
I don't know. I don't know that for sure either. I have no idea.
growing. Okay, well, no, okay, fine, but I have pictures of faces in my house, like let's say, for example, on a CD packet, on a stuff like that. Is it that strict that I have to take out everything, or is it like some things you can't avoid?
Actually, I'm just as I'm just as much of a layman on this topic as you are.
Okay.
I would definitely ask a local imam, ask a mufti, go maybe seek a scholarly source, right? But I really couldn't answer you. That is a good question. That's not a bad question. It's an understandable question. And
Yeah.
I admire your devotion and your iman to willing to go that far to ask and get those details. But it's very commendable. But you're just asking the wrong person. That's all. I wish I could answer. I really wish, but I
What about qaza? So the qaza namaz. Yeah, I mean qaza salah. Qaza salah.
Either it's the way you're pronouncing it or it's a word I'm not familiar with.
Okay, so salah, when you miss it, you do qaza.
Oh, you mean you make up your salah?
Yeah, qaza.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, maybe if you don't know about this, then I'll ask you a different one as well, because I've got a note. I've got notes. I've made notes. But
if it's something if it's like jurisprudential, if it's like jurisprudence, if it's fiqh, I can't really answer them. It's like if you ask me about music being halal, about drawings, about if it's something basic, maybe. But
I think this is kind of basic. Kind of.
If you
maybe.
think so, okay. I have other people backstage, so inshallah, this will be the last one, inshallah.
So, when it comes to qaza namaz, or I mean, I keep saying it different. Qaza salah. What are the conditions to do it? Because let's say, for example, obviously, if you miss it for 10 years, there's different opinions, and one of the opinions is that if you miss it for 10 years, you don't have to do it. You just make tawbah and you pray from now on. But what if you miss 2 salahs in a day, like Asr and Maghrib? Do you make them up, or do you only make one up? Or
So you're asking, just to be clear, if you miss 2 salahs, do you make them both up?
in one day, yeah. Maghrib and Asr, for example. And
I would think so, Akhi. I would think you should make them up ASAP, but seek scholarly opinion first. Seek a scholarly source on that topic, inshallah.
Can I ask one more? I'm sorry, I just got a question for loads.
By the way, some people were backstage and they left. You can guys come back. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to keep you guys waiting. It's fine. You're fine, by the way. It's not you. Go. Last question. What's up?
Okay, so this is to do with a beard, right?
Oh, it's an Urdu word. Okay. Okay. Interesting. I didn't know that.
Okay, this is to do with the beard. So when it comes to having a beard, I never knew this until my friend told me. He said that having a beard in Islam is first of all. I have a beard anyway, but I didn't know it was first. Second of all, is it true that you have to grow it to a fist length?
Akhi, I told you if it's fiqh, I don't know.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what fiqh is. That's why I'm struggling to understand.
Fiqh. Okay, I'll give you an example. How many rak'ah is fajr? That's not fiqh. But for example, is music halal? That's fiqh. Is that TV show halal? That's fiqh. Is wearing that color, or let's just say, I don't know. There's no.
What does fiqh mean? Morality.
Fiqh means jurisprudence, right?
I don't know what that means either.
Basically, taking things from the modern world, applying Islam to modern things. Or for example, is having a picture on your phone halal? Is painting this halal? Things like that. These aren't things that obviously Allah or His Messenger explicitly expounded upon, but they're things that the scholars can judge based upon the Quran and Sunnah. But you need to have really good knowledge of the Quran and Sunnah to judge, because the Quran and Sunnah don't explicitly tell us these things, right? So, for example, is how many rak'ah is fajr? Well, obviously the Prophet ﷺ taught us how many rak'ah is fajr. There's no dispute about that at all. We don't have to do any kind of like investigation, really, right? But are musical instruments halal, right? Are certain type of instruments halal and others haram, right? Is dressing, is that kind of dress halal? Is wearing this color or wearing that jewelry? Or I don't know. It's just random examples. Those are things which are
fiqh.
That's fiqh. That's jurisprudence. Essentially, just with regards to halal
Laws.
and haram with our modern day and age,
Yeah.
And
Okay.
of course, these are minute things which there can be difference of opinion. Some might say that this is completely haram. Some might say some of it's halal and some of it's haram. And there's with regards to fiqh, that's where there can be differences of opinion. Okay, so for example, I have a firm opinion on this, but I'm not going to share it. Is music halal? Is it haram? Or is some of it halal? Some of it haram? Are certain instruments halal? Some haram? As far as I'm aware, there's a majority opinion on that, which I'm not going to share. I'm not going to give here because I'm not knowledgeable. But
Yeah.
fiqh is essentially these kind of things where these minute issues with regards to today's day and age. You understand?
Today's day and age. Yeah. Okay. Modern day application of laws.
Exactly. There you go.
Okay. All right then. Thank you, man. Honestly, I really appreciate it because it's nice to have someone answer questions sometimes. Seriously. Yeah, Jazakallah, bro.
Definitely speak to a person of knowledge, inshallah.
Okay. Thank you, brother. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. The Muslims who are backstage, I'm so sorry, guys. Please, but come back, guys. I feel bad. I didn't mean to keep you guys waiting for that long. My apology. Wesley, I see you backstage. All right, you can turn your camera off if you'd like. Oh, you want to keep it on? Okay, perfect. I'll get you on right now. What's going on, Wesley?
Oh, hi, my name is Wesley Lawrence Curry II. I saw the heading of your show, and I just wanted to, before I say what I believe, I want to make sure of what it is that you believe. It says, I believe, something that Islam is not a religion of peace.
Yeah. No, I'm a Muslim, just to be clear. We're doing a lot. We did a live reaction to Ayaan Hirsi's video on PragerU, where she demonstrated why Islam is not why Islam is not a religion of peace, and we basically pointed out her shameless hypocrisy and shameless inconsistency in her quest to reform Islam.
Huh. Okay. Well, on October 10.
I'm sorry. Do you mind if I ask? Are you a Christian, Muslim, atheist, agnostic?
I'm an evil man. Yeah, I just, instead of telling you I'm a good guy, I'll just put a plan on the table. I'm evil. Not one day of my life have I ever really been a good man.
That's fine. But are you? Do you mind if I ask what theological belief you subscribe to, if any?
Sure, I know that and believe that the name of God is Jesus.
Okay, that's cool. That's
what happened on October 10 in the year 2005.
Okay.
And on March 31st in the year 2020, a voice, a fire pulled down from the heavens by a rogue angel named Satan or Baal. And he pulled a fire down from heaven and put it into the heads and the bodies of all mankind.
Okay.
Not completely unlike pulling an electric lightning bolt down and putting it into a TV tube and causing it to, the TV says words, but the TV is not a living
Sorry,
thing.
Wesley. Sorry, if you don't mind. What are you talking about? Sorry.
It said, I will turn and toss you violently like a ball. And then it said, don't tell the vision.
No, but what are you talking about? Do you mind if I ask what you're talking? Why are you talking?
Sure. When it said, don't tell the vision, it vomited out of its belly a frog head that had two fangs on its throat, a black frog head with an Omni tattoo. That frog head is Allah. And that is what all Muslim and Islams pray to.
Okay. Took you 10 minutes to tell me, well, I'm not going to repeat what you said. When you have an actual argument against Islam and when you want to actually debate, actually have your faith and your beliefs questioned and challenged, feel free to come back. You're talking to yourself, Wesley. I can't hear a word you're saying, by the way. You're talking to yourself. Anyway, when you actually have a constructive argument, Wesley, other than a daydream you had 10 years ago, 15 years ago, you can come back. Bye-bye. What the hell was that, man? What the hell was that? You came up just to... What the heck, man? How does somebody that old not have anything better to do in life? Oh, man. Glory and praise. I see you backstage. Do you want to turn your camera off? You want to leave it on? What's up? Leave it on? No problem. All right.
Yo.
What's going on, glory and praise?
Hey, man, I'm chilling. Glory and praise, man. I'm praising.
Are you a Muslim? Don't mind me asking?
Indeed. I don't know. I just came in. I don't know if you was talking with the Muslims or the.
No, I'm a Muslim. Alhamdulillah. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah.
Yeah. I tuned in with you definitely, but I don't know if you was trying to talk to the Muslims or the other people.
Well, I made it for the Muslims. What do you call it? I made it for Muslims. Well, sorry, I made it for non-Muslims at first, and then I opened it up to. So first it was non-Muslims. I opened it up to the Muslims, and then that guy came up, and I thought, I don't know. He seemed.
I'm not going.
Guys. Let this be. Oh, one second. Let this be a lesson for all. Don't judge a book by its cover, ever.
I'm not gonna lie. I judged it correctly from the beginning, though.
You did? I didn't.
I knew he was trouble.
I didn't know what to make of that. I didn't know what to make.
I knew he was trouble.
The guy came to tell us about freaking
the fire coming from heaven.
Don't repeat it.
Yeah.
He came to tell us about a daydream.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Wesley. When you can come back and when you and your dreams and your visions can come and explain to me why the Bible is a reliable source of information and why I should believe that God was murdered by his creation, you can come back and talk to me. Until then, keep your frog comments to yourself.
I'm not gonna lie. I just read the beginning of the Quran of the Bible recently.
We're gonna call him Frog Brain. Everyone from now on. Wesley shall be known as Frog Brain.
And you read the Bible?
Huh?
Like you read?
I haven't read the entire Bible. No.
Oh yeah, you just read the. I'm not.
I've never claimed to be an expert in the Bible. Though.
When I read the Quran, I just finished the Quran this year. But when I tried to read the Bible, but the Quran holds it lives to the name of a book from God so much that you read the Bible and it's like malarkey. Like it's like it's not made in a good structure.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I appreciate that comment. I'm still kind of like contemplating humanity after that last experience.
Yeah, bro. Us Muslims, we are the minority.
Hold on, man. How could somebody so old be so dumb?
Yo, that's crazy. I'm not gonna lie, that's crazy because
I mean, man, look, I've seen people who are older who refuse to question their beliefs. Okay, whatever, man. Believe as you like, but dude, like, how do you like? That was that. I mean, look, dude.
I think when you that old,
there are facilities for people. There are actually places there are actual institutions devoted to people like that. Just so you guys know, mental asylums, all sorts of things, right? If you're seeing frogs with fangs and horns with fire, there's a place for you called a mental asylum.
But yeah, it's a verse in the Quran talking about Pharaoh, but just like him, when he dies, you'll be like, oh, I wish I worship Allah. There's no one worthy of worship but Allah. But it's too late at that point. Yeah, that's what people like that is gonna happen to them. Death is gonna hit them so soon, they're not gonna be able to. It's gonna happen so fast, they're not gonna be able to even take their shahada. It's gonna come out of nowhere.
Yeah, man. Honestly, that was like I said, guys. Don't judge a book by its cover, ever. Anyway, what do you call it? Do you have any other points you want to make? Glory and praise from Quran. I love that name, by the way.
Yeah. Glory and praise. My name is Quran. I give glory and praise to the Almighty, controller of the universe, creator of everything.
Allah
that's the name of my channel right there. Y'all can tune in.
Okay.
Facts. Heaven and hell, man. These old people who they spent their whole life not giving praise to Allah, and if anything, just being an outright rejection. Bro, the depths of hell they're gonna burn in is gonna be so crazy. Hold
on, Jack. Are you talking about the old guy who just came on a minute ago? The guy who called Allah, I'm not gonna repeat what he said, but he called Allah a certain word.
definitely mocked us. Yes, he mocked Muslims.
Yeah, definitely didn't. Either you're late or yeah, I don't know what they're talking about. Anyway, you have final comments, Glory? Sorry, I interrupted you.
Yeah. I'm gonna use this last 30 seconds up, and I'm gonna let somebody else come on. Yeah. Yo, I'm not gonna lie to people like that guy. When you spent your whole life not giving praise to Allah, it's over for you. Allah, like you already used up all your signs of truth and rejected all of them. It's over for you. So now, I mean, come the day of judgment, you're gonna spend 50,000 years looking for people to get good deeds from. All of them gonna reject you, and on your way to the hellfire, the air on your way to the hellfire is gonna make you beg for lava and molten rock. You'll be like, please, can I live on the sun, God? Please just let me live on the sun. I don't want hell. But and that's how real it is.
May Allah guide us all, may Allah protect us all. Jazakallah khair, akhi. May Allah bless you. May Allah keep you.
Subhanallah. Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. All right. We got listeners, but it is me again. I see you backstage. If you're the same guy who came on before, you can email me, by the way. If you want to discuss that, you can feel free to email me, by the way. Yeah, that's a full topic on its own, and we wouldn't be able to do justice to it. All right, but I'm seeing a bunch of my amazing brothers and sisters in Islam backstage. Other brother, we just had an amazing brother on right now. We have other amazing brothers right now coming on. Yusuf, I see you backstage. Camera on, if you don't mind, just a second. Okay, it's okay, no problem. Take your time. Maybe you're busy. It's okay. Ali the Stoic, the man himself. I see you backstage. You know the drill. There we go. All right, cool. My man Ali, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. What the heck did I just?
I have no idea. Anything could happen here at Dawah over dunya. Oh man, I don't know if I should clip that and make a video out of that, just that by itself.
Honestly, bro, wait. This man started by saying he's an evil man, and I'm not. I
don't know why. I didn't take that as a sign. I don't know why I did.
Exactly. And typically, I'm more of the skeptical kind, but I've been trying to just give people the benefit of that because that's what Islam asks us to do. But the last brother was spot on. But for me, I say, you know what? Let me try to listen in. Maybe he's a quick man. Every person's a sinner.
I mean,
but,
look, man.
That was the red flag. That was the red flag.
I thought he was gonna actually ask some sincere questions about Islam. I thought he was gonna try to tell me about how much Jesus loved me or something. I would have semi appreciated that, right? But, dude, what the hell was that? We
typically get them.
Stay in school, kids. Stay in school. Say no to drugs.
Stay in school. Say no to drugs and get your sleep.
We have a lot of people below 18 who watch my channel. Kids, stay in school. Say no to drugs and say no to kufr or shirk.
And the funny thing is, I was like you said when he talked about how Jesus was his savior, was God and everything. I said, okay, cool. Then he started speaking. I said, wait a minute, where's this going to? Because this is not the typical. Allah is that. This man went in depth talking about something, and I'm saying, wait a minute, a fraud. Wait, what? Oh my God! And then it's like YouTube. My brain just kept on buffering, trying to. I'm at the store, and I froze for about a minute or so. I say, wait, what just happened?
Are you at work right now? Or are you just out?
No, I'm not getting some stuff for my sister, so I got some brotherly responsibilities to take care of.
Oh yeah, I get that. Trust me, I get that. What do you call it? 3 younger sisters. Trust me, I get what you mean. No, but look, man, look, guys. If you're going to this, guys, this is why I test for trolls. I mean, look, you can't catch every single one, but this is why I was just dude, this is why I'm picky about letting people on the stream. This is why, at the very least, I have to see your camera because I'm worried people are gonna be that dumb and do something like that. Now, most people, once they show their face, have a bit of shame, and so they don't do that. But man, this guy was all in. He's like, you know what, man? I don't care. The whole world can see. This is on YouTube, by the way, dude. Alhamdulillah, this is on tape. This is being recorded, and all those people, all the people watching this, I don't know how many people were watching at the time. All of these people saw you embarrass yourself, Wesley. Dude.
And this goes to show you age.
As if he cared. I'm sure he knows that. As if he cares, to be honest.
And this goes to show you for everyone listening in. Age does not determine maturity.
Oh,
No.
hell no,
Heck,
man.
it is not determined. Just because you are an older gentleman or lady does not necessarily mean you're mature. There can be 60-year-old boys. There can also be 25, or in your case, Brother Ramsey, 21. How old are you? 21, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm 21, alhamdulillah, but yeah.
20.
I'm still. Oh man, come on. Man.
I mean, just
I'm
by
still-
example, there could be 20, 25-year-old men. There could be 60-year-old boys, literally. So it means the fact that, because even that alone, this man said the second. I'm saying, this whole experience has got me.
You're saying Ramsey's a man? No, I'm just kidding. Alhamdulillah. Get rid of.
Hey.
Ramsey,
Okay.
get rid of your policies now. Why would I get rid of my policies, man? This just proved my policies. Free Natural says my 3-year-old acts like she's 50. That's a very mature 3-year-old. Very mature.
What? Wait, does she? Oh my! Does she call you baby or darling? It's like, darling, come here.
I don't know, man. Does she have visions of frogs and fire? I hope not. Anyway, I don't know, man. Like I said, age does not judge maturity. Don't judge a book by its cover, and seek, and as Michael Jordan said, stop it. Get some help. Anyway, Ali, you got any last remarks, Ali?
But yeah, I do. Even pertaining to the topic alone, because when people talk about, because again, for me, as much as I try to, debunk the whole myth that what people think about Islam. And every time I hear Islam is not a peaceful religion, one thing I seem to notice, it's mostly, for the most part, it's of course people that are saying that are people that are coming in from countries where a lot of political issues are going on. That's one, where the culture is mixed in with the faith, and they kind of get confused with that. And two, from Westerners, because one thing people have to understand about Islam is that Islam is not just for, you can't see Islam in your present view, the fallacy of presentism. You can't see it. Islam was always been, and Islam even to this day is the most inclusive religion, way of life in the world. So what does that mean? That means Islam, the same practice that I have when it comes to prayer, when it comes to everything, has to be something that someone in Europe, someone in Asia, someone in the continent of Africa, the same way they pray, the same thing that they do, the same laws that they follow. So just because something may not be seen as just, or in our West, because a lot of us living in the West, we tend to be entitled. We tend to think that everyone should have a Westernized view too. We tend to impose our Westernized thinking upon everyone else, thinking that should be the entire way, which Allah is showing us that this is wrong. So people don't realize that it's the same way how Islam, the laws are in the 21st century. It was the best way for people in the 14th century, the 15th century, the 16th century, the 17th century. Because now we look at it, we say, oh well, Islam. Look at the laws. Even when people talk about Islam and what happens to the spoils of war, people have to understand.
Yeah, 100%.
There are other places where you said what?
I said it dictates every part of our life. Doesn't leave anything out. Alhamdulillah.
Every part of our life, and that's even why when it comes to the natural inclination of what Islam is, what is Islam? Literally just submitting and obeying the will of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, literally. And of course we talk about who is Allah. Allah has to be so simple. Islam has to be so simple. The whole basis of foundations of our faith has to be so simple and inclusive to the point where a sheep herd from in another continent or in the 18th century who may not be as educated versus the one who's living in a university, it can be so simple enough a 5-year-old can understand it. That's how simple Islam has to be, because it has to be inclusive. But as soon as you make it exclusive or pretend to your particular worldview, that's when you have issues going on, which I see a lot of westernized mindsets. People think of people coming from countries where politically they might not be going through they tend to impose their own experiences and think that's what Islam is everywhere, which I do believe is wrong.
Alhamdulillah, that's very, very well said. Very well said. Alhamdulillah, Islam is something that appeals to the simplest of minds and the most complicated of minds. Do you have any other remarks, Akhi?
Yeah, please, no more frog princes, bro.
Yeah, no, definitely no more frog
brains.
None of that.
Yeah, look, because we as Muslims we need to use our rational and intellect, not pea brain. Anyways, so
I don't know, man. Anyway, Jazakallah khair, Ali. May Allah bless you. Guys, this is my first subscriber right here, just so you guys remember. So
Come on, man.
Just remember when this guy walks in the room, just remember when you turn your heads, like that's that guy, first subscriber, Dawah. Anyway, I
appreciate it. Assalamu alaikum. Wa alaikum salam.
By the way, Diane, if you want to come up and talk about the Quran, the Bible, and if the Bible is a reliable source of information, and if the Quran affirms the fake Bible, then by all means come along and we'll discuss it. Quran affirms the Torah and the Injil. The Torah given to Moses, not the Torah and the Dead Sea Scrolls 1,000 years after Moses, and the Gospel given to Jesus, not the Gospels of Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John, or Paul. Sorry, are any of you guys backstage non-Muslims? You guys are all Muslims? Psychor is a Muslim. Pausman, Muslim? Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Shuja, I think, might be a Muslim. Wait, hold on. Let me check my... I don't know. All right, Psychor, I see you backstage. Could you turn your camera on really quickly? Okay, Shuja's a Muslim. Alhamdulillah. Shuja? Sorry, not Shuja. I'm sorry. Psychor. Psychor, could you turn your camera on really quickly? All right, perfect. Perfect. Assalamu alaikum, Psychor.
Wa alaikum assalam. I'm actually going to, well, Wesley has been on a few streams, so you just need to look up for him. It's probably best to avoid him.
You know Wesley?
Yes. He was on the EF Dawah, EA Dawah. I just think he was even on the arena.
Was he really?
Yeah.
Oh man, why does no one tell me that, man? Oh snap!
Well, if you were following, yeah, it was. If you, I did say to kick him out in the chat, but I don't know if you were watching.
Okay, I've never seen this guy before, man. I'm sorry. Subhanallah. My bad.
No. Yeah, just completely avoid him. He comes up with these nonsense stuff, and then he gets quite abusive. Back to the original topic, which is about Ayaan al-Hirsi. One thing about the video that she did that you showed is that she really very quickly glossed over why she left the Netherlands all the way to go to the US, and that is because in the Netherlands it came to light that she actually lied about her past. The story she just said in the video is a complete lie. She lied about her past. It came to light, and there was an investigation going on, and they were going to strip.
Psycho. Forgive me. I'm sorry, Psycho. Forgive me 1 second. Diane, stop trolling the live chat. If you want to challenge Islam, by all means. This is not an echo chamber, but I don't like keyboard warriors. If you want to challenge Islam, come on up, click the stream, and you can come join the stream. Okay. All right. Yeah. The whole Islam came 600 years after Jesus. Quran affirms the Bible. This is kid stuff. All right, kid stuff. This is like, it's almost like a script. All you missionaries are reading from the same script. You guys should fix it. Edit it. Improve it once in a while, right? Because you've been using it you've been using the same one for decades. All right. And sorry, Psychor, go on. I'm sorry. My apology.
No, it's all right. Diane's coming up with the arguments that have been refuted and debunked, so many times.
Right here on this channel recently. This isn't like.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I think Diane's thing's been debunked I've been hearing the refutation for her argument for the last 10, 15 years, and you don't have to go to YouTube to even find refutations for it. Back to what I was talking about. Yeah, her story has been, she was in the Netherlands, she was an MP at the time, and it came to light that she lied about her story and how she got refugee status and then citizenship for the Netherlands. And because of that, they were going to strip her of her Dutch citizenship. Before that happened, she left to go to America, where she did still have support, and obviously she was able to get one way or another citizenship.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. They use the whole, I left Islam, my family's about to kill me, give me a passport. I can see that. I could definitely see that.
Yeah. Apparently, the investigation found that she wasn't forced into marriage. She was actually living quite a good life. She wanted to go to Europe to study. Her family were supportive of that, but once she get to Europe, she basically made up a story about everything, and they gave her her refugee status and her right to stay. in the Netherlands
So,
based
how do
on
you,
that.
so just to be clear, so you say she lied about the story. Has that been confirmed? Is that like where can we find that information if that's true? I mean, look,
There
guys,
was
you can be completely honest about that story. That wouldn't make that wouldn't make her any less of a hypocrite. Okay, but if she lied about the story, then that's even fun. That's just adds insult to
yeah.
injury. So where can we find the true story? You say?
I mean, simply just if you do some research on it on Google, if you look at some news articles, even on the BBC that came up, there was a Dutch documentary that is named in the articles as well that you guys can look up.
So the BBC did a story on this.
Investigation.
The BBC did a story on this.
Yes, the BBC did a story on this. There is a reason why she's not so pimped out in Europe anymore. She used to be like every time everything came up, it used to come up in Europe. Now she's basically her presence in Europe has gone to zero because her credibility is completely shot.
Yeah, you know, that's a good point. I haven't heard her. I mean, I know videos of when I was younger. I used to see videos of her quite often on YouTube. I wouldn't watch them, but she's a face that I recognized. Right, I've recognized for quite some time. Right, but I remember seeing a debate that she had with Nawaz, or I forget what his name was. Basically, a couple of really liberal Muslims, and on the other side, I think she had with her. I think she had Douglas Murray. I think it's what his name was. Not Anne Murray, Douglas Murray, her husband. And so I had known this. I'd heard this woman's voice quite a long time ago, and so
yeah.
I don't know. But I haven't heard her voice in any news agency. I mean, I saw her on YouTube not talking to Muhammad Hijab, but when Muhammad Hijab responded to her. But I haven't seen her like active on any news platform, European news platform, European establishment, anything like that in a while. Interesting.
Yeah, that's because her reputation is completely shattered here.
Okay.
In Europe, generally, is completely shattered. No one believes her because her story is a lie. But one thing I've noticed from outside is that people like her can actually go to America and peddle these lies and somehow still have some credibility. And I'm not just talking about
Harvard University. You heard her. I'm Happy Ali of Harvard University.
Yeah, and this is completely like mind baffling for a lot of people. Is where you have people like her, you have people like Robert Spencer, for example, and other. I can name other people as well, like that that bald guy, some fake Turkish guy, who apparently is an ex-Muslim, but he can't even pronounce the Shahada or say Bismillah properly. I don't want to say his name. These guys somehow managed to peddle their lies and somehow become quite popular. Yet, despite their reputation being destroyed outside of the US, or like people making them a complete joke, they still seem to have credibility in certain circles, and it's quite baffling.
They always will. They'll always have. These kind of people will always have some level of credibility with somebody, right? I mean, look at CP. He got refuted 107 times. Some people in some circles have stopped referring to him. Other circles will never stop referring to him, right? Some people, what do you call it? So some people are just that diehard of fanboys and fangirls of certain people, right? It's by the way, guys, I'm openly saying this. If any of you listening to this, what do you call it? Listening to this, any of you who are my subscribers, if you genuinely ever find me being illogical, being inconsiderate, being insincere, right? I encourage you to not support me. If you genuinely at one point find that, or to correct me at least. First, correct me, right? I appreciate if people can correct me, right? If you ever find that I'm doing something wrong, or if I'm being insincere, or if I appreciate nasiha, right? I'm not somebody who expects, unalienated, unquestionable support. I mean, I love the support. Don't get me wrong. I really do appreciate it. But if I'm ever doing something wrong, I encourage all my brothers and sisters to correct me, right? To advise me. I want that. I've been advised before. I've been corrected before, many times, in fact. I've been advised on what to do, what not to do. I try to ask people's advice all the time. People who I trust, people who I know very well, right? And so I if at any point you all want to give me nasiha on something, please, by all means, and if at some point you find that I'm not taking nasiha and that I'm basically just, or if you think I'm being insincere in what I'm saying, what I'm propagating, then you're not obligated to, if you support someone once, support them forever, right? I want a critical thinking audience. I want a critical thinking, following here, right? I mean, I'm not saying I want a following, but you know what I'm saying? If people are going to follow me on follow this channel, I want them to be critical thinkers. I don't want them to be, just like the equivalent of Christian Prince fanboys. Okay, yeah, he got refuted 107 times, but you know what? He's doing the work of Christ. So that kind of mindset, I don't want that. I don't want that. If any of you are like that, you need to change your ways. You need to change your mindset. Because I'm a huge advocate for critical thinking and for academic questioning and academic research, right? Not unquestioned, but just unquestioned faith. It's that simple, right? Sorry about that. I had to make that clear. Sorry, Sakura, do you have anything else you want to add? I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. No, what I was trying to say is the difference between her and CP is that...
Sorry, I can't hear you, Akhi. Can you speak up?
Can you hear me now?
No, I can.
Yeah, I was just about to say that the difference between her and someone like CP is she being in the position that she is somehow. Harvard, for example, when you look at Robert Spencer, for example, he's actually had influence on State Department and their policies, and not right now, but earlier in his heyday, I should say. So you look at these people and you think they have a lot of legitimacy in positions that they should never be in. CP is just some guy on the internet that, to be honest, if you go out to the normal world, most people have not heard of him. Robert Spencer, are in a different league compared to CP in that sense. And it's just mind-baffling how these people can lie, openly lie, have their, in the case of Hirsi, her whole story about her past come to light to be a lie. She's still peddling that story in the US, and people are buying it without actually, saying, is it actually true? If they do a quick search, they can find there's a lot of issues around her stories that is the reason why she left the Netherlands for the US. I'm just thinking, how can even like what's that company, PragerU? Is that what
yeah. They have videos on all sorts of topics that Muslims would find controversial.
Yeah, so I'm finding like someone like that hiring her based on knowing her story is a lie, because they definitely should know that her story is a lie, and then still letting her peddle that lie kind of shows that their dishonesty in this discourse, and they themselves are someone who cannot be trusted because they've hired a known and outed liar. They still let her peddle her lying story, and they're using her to peddle their views on how things should be in their own countries and what they want to push into other countries. And when you see something like this who is an open liar, and open liars are supporting her or supporting this kind of thing, that there is no sincerity in what they're trying to push.
Yeah, man, 100%. It's all a scam, giant scam. Sorry, I do have a lot of people backstage, so I do have to.
No, sorry, I was about to hop up anyway. Assalamu alaikum, brother, and good to see you doing well in all things.
Appreciate it, Akhi. May Allah bless you, Akhi. May Allah give you the best in this life and the next. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
All right, so there are a lot of people backstage, but one person has their camera on. Usman, I'll go ahead and bring you on. Are you good to bring you on? Are you above the age of 18? Perfect. Just making sure.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. What's going on, man?
All right, I just got a couple of questions to ask you. So I'll be seeing
okay, if I can answer, I will. If I can't, then I'll pass them on, inshallah.
All right. I mean, I think you can answer. So I was watching this video earlier. It said a Christian was talking about the Islamic faith, and he said kill the disbelievers. Like, what's the context of that? Because I know it says that, but I know
Which
there's context to
it
that.
depends which verse he's talking about. Akhi. I'm guessing, if I can guess, he's most likely talking about either chapter 9 verse 5 or 9 verse 29. If it's chapter 9 verse 5, if you read the verses directly, the first 4 verses and the verse like 2-3 verses directly after, it makes it very clear that there are people who broke their peace treaty with the prophet, and there are people who didn't break their peace treaty. The people who broke their peace treaty with, that's what this verse is talking about. Those who didn't break their peace treaty, the verse makes I think it's verse 6 or 7, maybe 8. That makes it clear. Those who didn't break their treaty, you're not to fight them. And also verse 13 explicitly says, would you not fight a people who broke their oaths with you? Right. And then for chapter 9 verse 29, that verse was revealed, if I'm not mistaken, in the year 9 Hijri, when the Romans had sent an army into the Arabian Peninsula, and then the issue of Khaybar, the contingent of Jewish tribes in Khaybar broke their treaties with the prophet. There's a number of ayats in the Quran, which is like chapter 2 verse 190 through 195, I think, make it very clear about the context when we're allowed to fight. Chapter 60 verse 8 distinguishes between those who are fighting you, those who are not fighting you. It's very simple, akhi. These things are very easy to respond to, but definitely do look into 2 things. Look into the verse itself, look into the verses directly before and after. Look into when the verse was revealed, like what year it was revealed and what was going on, and also look at the tafsir, the books of tafsir, and what they have to say on it.
Okay. I also got what do you think is the best way to like explain to a non-Muslim Muhammad's, peace be upon him, his marriage to Aisha?
It's very well. It depends. So, is it somebody like coming and confronting you about it, or is it someone genuinely asking? Because there's a difference.
I mean, both.
Okay. If someone's sincerely asking, you tell them, well, in Islam, very simple. We believe the Creator has told us that the objective age you can get married and consummate you can consummate marriage. Consummation of marriage, 2 different things. You can consummate marriage, right, at the age of puberty, onwards, and you can perform a marriage contract before puberty, but you can't consummate the marriage until after puberty. You can't have physical relations until after puberty, right? And getting married below the age of 18 is not the age of 18 is a new phenomenon. This isn't something. This isn't some eternal like God-given law. All right, this is. Up until and even in the U.S. in the 20th, not the 20th, I think in the 19th century, the age of marriage in most states was 10. Okay. What do you call it? And it's still significantly young in many other parts of the world. It's not, sorry, 1 second. Sorry about that. What was I saying? I'm sorry. So no, it's this idea of quote unquote young marriage is, it's a new phenomenon entirely. This whole, she wasn't 18. Who made 18 the criteria? Who made 17 the criteria? Who made it's not what do you call it? The age of marriage differs from different time and places. It's completely. People back then weren't going to school till they were 18, and then going to college for 4 more years, and then getting internships, and then by the time they're 29, 30, getting married. No, people at that time were getting married much younger ages, right? And of course, we know from Aisha's her parents were in full agreement. Right? There isn't a single hadith where Aisha herself ever said she didn't want to marry the Prophet, and the Prophet the Prophet died in her arms, right? She became one of the greatest scholars of Islam. So it's if someone has an issue with that, tell them, well, that's a logical. We had a brother Ali earlier; he mentioned it. To say that was a wrong because today it's considered wrong is the logical fallacy of presentism. Just because something is considered disliked today, that doesn't make it eternally wrong. And if someone asks you, well, would you do that? Would you allow your daughter to do that? You say, well, in this society, no, I wouldn't. Because in this society, not every society is the same. In some societies, you don't have to get an education. Some places you do have to get an education. Some places, people at a younger age so for example, nowadays, are people at the age of between 6 and 9, are they taught how to survive on their own? No, they're not. They're not taught how to survive on their own. They don't know how to survive on their own. But obviously things were different back then. If, for example, you think people in upstate New York are getting married at the same age as people in the Amazon rainforest, obviously life's a bit different, right? You don't need. There's some, believe it or not, if people didn't need to go to college, if people didn't need bank accounts, if people didn't need driver's licenses, if people didn't need social security, if they didn't need any of these things, believe me, the age of marriage would be significantly younger. Anyway, right. Be honest. If you took school out of your life, what would your life be up until the age of 18? There's nothing. That's all people do up until the age of 18. There's nothing, right?
Yeah.
Well, you think people were going to school till they were 18 back then?
Nope.
Absolutely not. Yeah. And then if it's someone confronting you about it, like they're not asking sincerely, like that's if someone's being sincere. But if someone's coming at you, like if it's a Christian, okay, where's the age of marriage in the Bible? Give me an age, give me a number. There is no age of marriage. There's no explicit number given in the Bible. It doesn't exist, right? Right. And if it's an atheist, okay, well, why is it objectively wrong? Where do you get your objective morals from? Where do you get it from? You have nothing. You have no source of objective morality. None. Anyway.
And then I just got 2 more questions. I don't want to take too much time because I see other people that want to join.
We'll do the first one, and if that one goes quick, maybe we'll get to the next one.
All right. But what's your opinion on Mo Salah celebrating Christmas? Because they outrage a lot of Muslims that follow.
Celebrating Christmas is haram. It's something that it's rooted in shirk. It's the celebration of God's birth / God's son's birth. Even if you truly don't believe that, still engaging in those celebrations is still haram. And this isn't controversial at all. If anyone who makes it controversial is, well, I'm going to hold back language, but anyway, it's not controversial at all, Islamically. I mean, people can make it controversial if they want, but it's, if we're not going to, just like we don't celebrate Hindu holidays, right, which are rooted in paganism, we're not going to celebrate Christian holidays just because they make it look all fun and sweet.
Yeah, especially out here in the West.
Yeah, but I mean, Christmas is over, so who cares?
Yeah. And then the second is you got tips on how to get into Dawah? Because I know you got to be knowledgeable, and I'm not too knowledgeable yet.
I would say, that was my mom. Sorry. What do you call it? What was I saying? No. So before you learn how to give others dawah, you need to. By the way, I'm not saying I'm an example to follow. I'm not. But you need to be able to answer the question for yourself. Why are you Muslim? Before you try telling other people why they should be Muslim. Right. You need to be. You need to have a firm mindset, a firm methodology, a firm criteria as to why you are Muslim. Why do you believe that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was the word of Allah, was the messenger of God? Why do you believe the Quran is the word of God? What makes Islam distinct from other faiths? First you have to establish, why do you believe a creator exists? Then establish, has this creator communicated with us? Okay, there are many people in history who claim to be prophets. What makes Muhammad, peace be upon him, stand out from the rest of those prophets? Other than, okay, his teachings were beautiful, which they were 100%. But, I love, it's just, you need to take the emotion out of it as much as you can. There's nothing wrong with having an emotional connection. We should, but you need to have, but emotional connection is not something that's as many people are going to be able to relate to. You need to be able to establish logically and intellectually with a critical mind. First, why do you believe in a creator? Forget Islam for a second. Just why do you believe in a creator? Then, why do you believe in the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him? And these 2 questions are kind of the same. Why do you believe the Quran is the word of Allah? Right? And then once you establish those beliefs, why you believe those things, then you can look into why other people don't accept them. What are the reasons other people don't accept them? Moral reasons. Okay, they just don't like this, that, the other, but moral reasons are irrelevant. Intellectual arguments. Oh, they claim the Quran has this mistake and that mistake. Okay, let's look into it. But my biggest advice to you would be surround yourself with knowledgeable people or get acquainted with reputable sources. So when I, for example, a lot of people, what they do is they go and look for arguments against Islam, and then they go look for knowledgeable people. They go look for good sources. That's how people end up falling into the pit of losing their faith. find knowledgeable people, find good sources of knowledge, right? Find, I mean, for if you'd like, you can email me and I can I can put them in a live chat if you'd like, and that private chat. Sites that have long lists, like I'm talking like 100+ arguments against Islam refuted. Boom, 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 boom. With sources, references, this, that, the other, right? I can put those in.
Yeah, I would definitely like to see that.
All right, I have a few of those bookmarked, alhamdulillah. So I'll put that in the live chat. You can definitely check them out. And but obviously do your best to and of course we all know most sites out there are not exactly for Islam, so be careful. But that's why I like to share these, because I guess you can say I kind of did the hard work a little bit. I found these very good sites. I'm talking like all different topics: Quran's preservation, age of Aisha, this contradiction, quote unquote contradiction, that, all sorts of things you can imagine. And and of course I would definitely recommend watching other people give da'wah on online, other things like that, right? Learn from their character, learn from their example, because they'll mention sources. They'll obviously that's not you shouldn't just stop there, but they'll mention verses and sources and books, and okay, so now I know what kind of things to go look into, what kind of arguments to go check out, what books to go read. Oh, they're talking about this verse in the New Testament. Okay, well, I'm gonna go learn about that a little bit. Oh, they're talking about this ayah in the Quran. Go learn about this hadith. Go learn about that. So I'll sum it up basically. One, understand why you believe in a creator and why you believe that Prophet Muhammad is a messenger and why you believe the Quran is the word of God. Secondly, watch other people give da'wah. Watch other people give da'wah and how they give da'wah and the kind of topics they discuss. You know the kind of YouTube channels to watch. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I'll be watching Speaker's Corner a lot.
They're perfect. Other than Dawah Dunya, of course. First watch that channel, but then you watch the rest. And then lastly, but most importantly, surround yourself and acquaint yourself with knowledgeable people and knowledgeable sources and reputable sources, so that when you do come up with these things, you don't find yourself not prepared. You prepare yourself with the sources you need, so that when you need an answer, you can find the answer.
Right.
I hope that helps, Akhi.
Yeah, it does help.
And
also,
I'll put links in the live chat if you like. If people want to save them, look at them. I have a couple I can share.
Yeah, that would be cool.
All right, Akhi. Hope that helped, Akhi. I do have to get other people on, inshallah. But those are very good
All
questions.
Right, yeah. Okay, appreciate it. Jazakallah.
Jazakallah, Akhi. I see a lot of people backstage. Shuja, I see you backstage. Your camera's on, but can I see your face? I can't see your face. Shuja, are you above the age of 18? I can't hear you, by the way. I can't hear you while you're backstage. You don't look like you're above the age of 18, Akhi. I mean, I saw a quick glimpse of your face. All I can see is your forehead now. Above the age of 18, below? Yeah, Akhi, you don't look like you're above the age of 18. Yeah, he's gone. All right. Money Path, I see you backstage. Could you is your camera on? I can't tell if I don't think your camera's on. I think it is. I can't see anything. Okay, beautiful. Perfect. You can go ahead and turn it off if you'd like, or if you can cover it, do whatever you need to do. Shuja, Akhi, subhanallah, you don't look like you're 18, man. You don't look like you're above the age of 18. May Allah bless you. You look younger than 18. It's not an insult, by the way. Mashallah, I'm very impressed that someone your guys' age would be interested in da'wah. Alhamdulillah. But if I can't have you on the stage if you're below the age of 18. Subhanallah. Subhanallah, man. I was doing very different things. I was concerned about very different things at that age. Money Path, like Halo and Call of Duty, that kind of stuff. Not that I'm not still concerned about those things. Money Path. So you showed your face, right? I'm sorry, I forgot. Hey, I'll bring you on right now. All right. Assalamu alaikum, Money Path.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
What's going on, man?
Brother, I have a very, very important question for you.
By the way, yeah, no problem. I just
about your dawah. You said, give me a feedback, right? I'm trying to.
Sorry, just 1 second. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Let me put these links in the backstage. I said I would put them. Sorry, I just need a second. Okay. Here's one very good. I'll go ahead and put this in the live chat. Brothers and sisters, here's a couple of really good links you guys can use. Long list of arguments against Islam refuted. This is one really good website right here. Very good website. Very good. Very long, concise list of many different topics. And I think I have one more I can share because I want to give at least two. And I have more, by the way, but this is definitely a good start. I think this is the other one. Yes, it is. Beautiful. This will definitely help a lot. Inshallah, this will help. This will be very helpful, inshallah. All right. Here we go. And this is another link. Both of these are very, very good sources. Very, very long lists of refutations against Islam. Definitely, you guys should bookmark both of these. Because I guarantee you, I'm 1,000% sure, out of the next 10 arguments here against Islam, 8 or 9 of them will be on this list. All right. Or these two lists. All right. So definitely be sure to check these out. I'm sorry, Money Path. Go on. I'm so sorry.
No problem. Yeah, brother. I entered into Dawah field by a great demand back in 2014.
Okay.
That pushed me to forced me to give Dawah because it was needed so bad. So now, since YouTube join is something new, are you familiar with hadith about halal is clean, obvious, and haram is obvious? You should probably take note. Halal is this is about Islam being peaceful. So halal is clear, haram is clear. You might want to make tadabbur on that, and then there's
Are you giving me advice? Or are you giving the previous person advice? I'm confused.
Huh?
Are you giving the previous person advice on Dawah, or I'm confused what you're doing?
No, yeah, you guys, you guys joining the new YouTube, stream, and all the sheikhs are over there. No one to really ask about this. This is something that doesn't require fatwa. Since you are also in Dallas, sheikhs like Umar Suleiman, Yasir Qadi, they're over there. They know exactly what I'm talking about. They have heard from someone. I think you also have some kind of sheikh that gives you advice on these things.
Your local. I mean, start with your local sources, your local imam, your local.
No, I already did. I tried every. In fact, it went global.
No. This isn't. Maybe this is in general. Just for anyone, if you ever have questions, first start with what you have in front of you. Obviously, right?
No. I'm not looking for myself. I'm giving Dawah in a different way, but I don't want you guys. I see you guys as completely clean and not, aware of the what's going on a big fatwa level. The kings of Saudi and global OIC. But you guys are fresh. Maybe they're looking into you guys, but I'm saying, I that was something covered by angels, and God is protecting you guys.
One of the main reasons I started this channel was to try to encourage a younger audience to get involved in Dawah.
Yes, but they get into a trap, though. You have to understand, you are inviting them into a trap. So,
sorry,
you are inviting them online, which makes it very hard for them to keep their religion. That's why I say look at the hadith.
I'm not. So are you here? Sorry, I'm confused. Okay, is your point that basically that what we're doing here at Dawah Dunya we shouldn't be doing?
I'm not really saying that. There is a way to do. There's a way to do, but I don't think you guys are strong enough to handle that way. But
okay, thank you. Do you have any other points you want to make?
Now, I haven't finished. There are hadith. Continue giving Dawah, but I'm not saying stop. Okay, mashallah, stop. So intention is what matters. But the money plays with the intention, but still you can have the money and still have the good intention. However, you have to look at these hadith. the hadith of halal is haram, halal is clean doesn't say like you can't be in the, you look it up first. And there's another hadith that says, look up the hadith because it's very important.
Okay. Do you have any?
The other thing I want you guys to help me out, because since I have reached out now to sheikhs for over like 10 years.
For what? What do you need?
Of in various ways to not enter into a zone of shirk. Shirk is like an
Okay, just okay, if you don't mind, I have other people backstage. Yeah, if you could make your point a bit fast, if you don't mind. You don't want us to enter into shirk? Okay, good. I mean, that's fair enough.
But... No, I'm saying the definition of shirk. Look that up too. The black knight, black rock, and black aunt. It's like seeing a black aunt on a black in a black night.
Yeah. I don't really know what you're talking about, actually.
Shirk is also something to look it up. Okay, look that up too in the hadith. And there's another hadith I'm trying to say, but since you guys given dawah, dawah is something directly calling people, to Allah, right? So this is an area that is very important.
Yes,
I want you to help me for my own self. By helping yourself, you actually help me.
Thank you. All right. Do you have? Is that it?
But you're not gonna look these things up.
I don't mind looking up shirk, the meaning of shirk. I mean, I've looked that up.
How can someone make peace who doesn't even know what he's supposed to do, right? Because that's why this is very important. And
all right. Do you?
Right now, I would say this is.
I have other people backstage, actually.
I have reached out. Thank you very much, brothers. And go on your way, enjoy, but don't forget what I said, because and look up these things. It's just a Shubahat area.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, take care, child.
All right, next. It took me a long time to figure it out. I see you backstage, but there's some. Okay, well, there's someone in front of you. Plus, I think I already spoke with you. SubhanAllah. Hafiz, I see you backstage. Okay, perfect. Go ahead and you can turn it off if you'd like. Just be sure there's no background noise like there was last time. I'm just messing with you. Assalamu alaikum, Hafiz. What's up? Oh, stop. Let me get this comment off the screen.
Oh, walaikum assalam. I didn't realize I was muted. So my contention in this video is, why the hell does she have a platform, right? And second, why do people think that she has an authority over Islam, right? We've been Muslims, right? I mean, we've been Muslims all our lives, right? But we never go over what was not beyond our scope and stuff, right? This is right? And if you watch the debate with Muhammad Hijab and Ayaan Hirsi Ali, I'm just trying to be objective. This is not me trying to side with the Muslims, right? She got slapped.
I mean, man, look, these people. You ask why do these people get a platform? Well, actually, what you think if they were to give Muslims a platform, if they were to give actual representations of Islam a platform, they wouldn't have a platform at all. Their platform would be meaningless, right?
I mean, there are brothers out there. They got zero endorsements from big channels. Wallahi, they you amongst them, right? They're doing fantastic jobs, but this is right? May Allah bless your work, man. Truly and sincerely. But what really ticks me off is that people like her. I did research on Ayaan Hirsi Ali. I don't know if you know anything about her.
No, I know a thing or two. I know enough. Put it that way. I know enough. That's
so. So are you aware that she lied to the
That's Dutch what I've been told. That's what I've been told. That I haven't confirmed, but even if that wasn't true, even if she was completely honest about her story, she's still very hypocritical in her methodology, and I've demonstrated that today. If she lied about her story, well, that just adds a bunch of insult to injury. But
No, I heard it.
No,
I read that it's a lie.
it might have been. It wouldn't surprise me at all. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me.
Right.
one bit.
But I do have to agree with her on one contention. But this is the part where she misconstrues the idea of like female genital mutilation, right? That she makes it look like it's an Islamic concept.
Yeah,
It's not.
she's claimed before that's something Islam teaches, but one, there's no
Like-
there's no ayah or hadith where the Prophet ever condoned such an act. There's one hadith I think where a woman was in Medina was doing it, and the Prophet told her like to be careful when she did it, or I don't know exactly, but there's no hadith that promotes or ayah of the Quran that condones genital mutilation. In fact, the country that has the highest rate of it, if I'm not mistaken, is Eritrea, a Christian country, right?
Yeah.
So, and of course, there's some Muslim countries where it's common. I
Yeah,
think East Africa.
like exactly. Like for instance, I come from Bangladesh. I haven't been back home in almost 20 years, right? I came here at the age of 7. But one thing I remember back in Bangladesh, they're a bunch of kuburis. You know, kuburis, grave worshippers.
Yeah,
right?
Unfortunately, that might
Right.
be true.
Like we don't associate. That's not part of Islam, right?
No.
So now, if someone says that, oh, these Bengalis, right? You don't take, you shouldn't learn from them because they worship graves and they're Muslim, right? That's not part of Islam, right? And that's what she's trying to inject. She's trying to inject her cultural beliefs and cultural views, right, within Islam, and they're like, oh, look how backward she is. They are.
Yeah. I mean, look, Muslims aren't perfect. Islam is perfect.
No, I'm not saying Muslims are perfect.
No,
We're
I know,
far
I
from-
know. I'm agreeing with you, Akhi. Muslims are not perfect. Islam is perfect.
Yeah, I mean, it was nice talking to you
What did you
again.
have?
Assalamu alaikum. May Allah bless your work, bro.
You too.
It's always
Right.
a fun ride with you.
Inshallah. I appreciate that. May Allah bless you. Chi, I see you backstage. Can you turn your camera on really quickly? Okay, perfect. All right, cool. I'll go ahead and bring you on. Chi,
Yeah,
What's
is it okay if I keep my camera off?
no problem.
Yeah, cool. I was hoping I could. Sorry, forgive me if this isn't like the complete topic of what we're talking about today. You can stop me if it's wrong. But I was just hoping to find out from Muslim because obviously I'm interested in the truth and finding out what's the truth and what's not the truth.
Mhm.
So I do research into different religions, and what I
Yeah.
usually start with doing is trying to look for like most of the controversial stuff first and seeing where that takes me first, and then like look into stuff like that. And I just wanted to ask a couple of questions on why particularly you think the Quran or Muhammad in the case is from God. First of all, so I have a couple of starters here. I said some of this stuff in the comments and then I got blocked. People were telling me I was trolling when I wasn't. This is genuinely stuff I've learned.
If you have, if I can answer, I'll try to
Yeah,
answer.
yeah, no, that's
Then
fine.
you can always email me and maybe I can try to get you.
Yeah, sure. Okay, cool. So there was a couple of points I had. So from what I've been researching, so I found out that so you guys obviously believe in the Torah and the Gospel and all the prophets. They're in like the Bible as a whole, I'm guessing. Yeah. So Moses.
So
Abraham.
we believe that God sent prophets and messengers to all the nations, many of which are mentioned in the Bible. We don't believe in this. We can't confirm every prophet in the Bible. We can only confirm the prophets that are mentioned in the Quran because that's the revelation that we have
Okay.
today. That is fully authentic.
Okay.
We do believe that in the Torah that was given to Moses and the Gospel given to Christ.
Sure. Okay. So, and from those prophets that you guys do believe in, is there any other prophets apart from Muhammad that seem to have some prophet privileges?
What do you mean prophet privileges?
Do you not know what I'm talking about? My prophet privileges, like there's certain things that, such as, for example, how Muhammad can have 13 wives versus 4 wives for like most Muslims.
I'm not aware if he had 13, but regardless, even if this wouldn't be a problem.
No, of
we don't
course.
have we don't have what do you call it? We don't have the biographies of the previous prophets. We only have in any authentic form. I mean, all we have are all we have in authenticity is the biography and the life of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. So I wouldn't be able to answer. And by the way, but just to be clear,
Sure.
we call it that there are certain rules that applied only to the Prophet Muhammad. Some of them made his life significantly more difficult. For example,
Okay.
he wasn't allowed to accept charity from anybody. He wasn't allowed to. He wasn't even to the point where once when someone brought his grandson dates, he made him spit it out to the point where we can't even. Me and my family can't accept any charity like that. He was required to spend to stand throughout the night in prayer to the point where his feet would become swollen. Right.
Okay.
What do you call it? He was required to pay at some point to pay off the debts of those who died poor. What do you call it? His there's a number of different examples of how the Prophet Muhammad's prophethood definitely didn't make his life easier. I mean, he was literally persecuted for 12 years in his home city for his message. So it's not as and even after he became a state ruler, he lived a very humble, very simple life to the point where he would literally tie rocks to his stomach due to how hungry he was. Right, he would go months at a time just eating dates to the point where even his wives, right, because we're talking about multiple wives, even to the point where his wives complained about how humble and simple of the life they had, despite having access to as much money as they could get. And even just one last thing, even the Quran, what do you call it? The Quran actually gave the Prophet Muhammad, and also two things. Another thing, also the Prophet Muhammad already had more than 4 wives when that verse came down. It's not
really.
Yeah, he did. He already had more than 4 wives when that verse came down. So it's not as if he, after that, got 4 wives. He already had more than 4 wives. And on top of that, there's a number of points I can make. 7th century Arabia was already polygamous before Islam, right? You didn't need to start your own religion and go to war against the entire peninsula to get more than 1 wife. Right. All you had to do was propose. Right. So it's like, oh, he started a religion, went to war against his people to get more than 1 wife. Okay, but 7th century Arabia was already polygamous. Oh, like, right?
Yeah, I don't want to.
I'm sorry. One last thing. I just remember the Quran actually gave the Prophet Muhammad's wives the privilege, not the privilege, but it said to them, if you desire this world, feel free to leave. Like you're free to leave the Prophet. You can leave the Prophet Muhammad. You won't be ostracized. You're free to leave if you'd like. And none of them did, obviously, because that's how amazing of a husband he was. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, and so I don't want to offend anyone. This is just stuff I've obviously been learning. If you think it's incorrect, please do tell me it's incorrect, and we can move on and everything like that. But some other things I picked up from my research is just stuff about his revelation. I'm very, very, very confused how like Muslims can be so sure that it was from God. Number one, especially taking into account when the angel Jibril that gave this message or revelation to Muhammad, when you kind of compare that with how the angel Gabriel appeared in the Bible, which obviously in the Torah, I think he appeared to 3 people. I think it was Zechariah, Daniel, and Mary. The angel Gabriel appeared to be very, very different, unless you, of course, you believe these verses are corrupt.
So we don't take the Bible as a reliable source of information. And on top of that, you said he appeared different, like his physical appearance looked different.
No. So actually,
or his experience, the experience was different.
And then I said afterwards that he was suicidal, because obviously I've read that part of the hadith and I saw that he was suicidal after.
So firstly, I actually have a video on this. There's no authentic source that states that the Prophet Muhammad was suicidal after this.
I'm pretty sure
he obviously doubted himself, obviously, initially. I mean, as any normal human would, after seeing an angel, like, hey, what's up, angel? It's like, my God, what's going on? Right? Most people would be a bit shocked after seeing an angel, like.
So he didn't. So you're saying he didn't try to throw himself from tops of mountains?
I have a video on this topic. There's 3 sources that Christians that David would. I know exactly. I mean, don't disrespect. I can see the kind of people you're learning Islam from. No disrespect.
It's not David Wood. I do know who David Wood is.
Fine. But I can see that you definitely didn't learn this from Muslim sources. I can definitely know that for sure.
Okay, so you don't. So you're saying that it's not Sahih, or I think that's what Sahih and Da'if, and it's not Sahih.
There's 3 the 3 narrations they give. That are given that we know of. Which they use to prove this point. I go through all of them and I refute all 3 of them in my video. I can link you the video.
Yeah, link it. It'll be good to look into that.
You can easily find it on I'll link it, no problem.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. One more thing. And then it's just a situation with like the moon, the moon prophecy, something about the moon splitting and how this was a sign that Judgment Day was near. And so first of all, what do you have any kind of refutes or claims about this source? And then I'll keep talking.
So what do you want? Sorry, just to be clear.
Do you know about one talking about the moon
The,
splitting?
the miracle of the moon splitting. Yeah. What about it?
Yeah, and then well, okay. So is that like a good source for you?
What do you mean good source? Like
As in,
is
you
authentic,
know
you
about
mean?
this story? And yeah, sorry. Do you
Yeah,
believe
it's an
it's
authentic story. Yeah, 100%.
So it's a bit, yeah. So this one, I don't know. You might be able to have a solution for me, but yeah. So from what I see, so obviously he says the moon split, and it was a sign that Judgment Day was near. But obviously we can see that the moon is together, and Judgment Day hasn't come.
So
Yeah.
couple things. Number one, we don't believe the moon was split and remained split. We believe it was split and then brought back together. That's the first thing. Second of all, you don't. I'm not. It could be, but I'm not aware of it being a prophecy of it. Actually, maybe it. I don't remember if it was actually considered a prophecy for the end times. But even if it was,
was.
There are many. Even if it was, there are many end time prophecies that are, even today are coming true. Right? What do you call it? So these. The Prophet Muhammad doesn't say, oh, the moon will split, and right then after the moon splitting things that's in the Quran and Hadith, actually. Sorry. There's nowhere where it says the moon will split and then right then after the world will end. At the most, I think that ayat in the Quran says something on the lines of the moon will split and
it's a sign from Allah.
Yeah, something like that along those lines.
So going
there's nowhere where it says there's nowhere where it says the moon will split and right then after the world will
yeah
end.
No, of course not. Yeah, that's not what I was implying either. But after, so just to kind of go on from that logic, that you believe that it's been put together. So is that you essentially saying that either, like, okay, so this is two things in my mind, and I don't want to appear too harsh, but it appears that either Muhammad got that prophecy wrong or that Allah changed his mind and didn't want the end times to come, because obviously you used to believe that it's been put together now.
I'm not quite sure where you got either of those conclusions from. So number one, I'm just going to look up the verse, what it says. Just
sure.
Because sorry, my sisters are making. Sorry, 1 second.
So there's historical reports about the moon, the splitting of the moon, including other parts of the world. Historical reports of the moon splitting. Really? Okay.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem.
Let me. Sorry, I'm trying to find the verse of the Quran. Oh, here we go. Quran 54. I believe it's 54, verse 1 through 2. Just a moment, please.
Yeah, no problem.
Interesting. I'm just looking at the live chat. Quran 54. Let me actually share my. Wait, hold on. Let me make this a bit more presentable. There's so many of them here. I don't know why I have like 50 translations selected. I just need one. Oh boy. There we go. This one works. All right, let me go ahead and share my screen.
I didn't say Allah changed his mind, by the way, in the comments. I said that it appears that you might have changed his mind.
Okay, yeah.
The prophecy
yeah. So chapter 54, the hour has come near, the moon has split. Okay, yeah, the hour has come near. So this isn't saying that the moon will split. Nowhere does this make it clear that the moon will, the world will end directly after the moon has split.
What does it say after it? I don't know. Does it say anything related?
And if they see a sign, a miracle, they turn away and say passing magic.
Oh, okay, fine. I'll just make
this. This is referring to what the pagan Arabs had challenged the Prophet Muhammad for a miracle, and when he did it, they said, "Oh, it's just magic," or basically it's not
just so I know how much time I have. Is there like a massive queue behind me?
Well, there's two people, but I've already.
Okay, cool.
Well, one of them I've spoken to already. The other one, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put you down. I'm sorry. I meant to do that. What do you call it? One of them I've spoken to already. The other one hasn't shown its face yet.
Okay, cool. So, what do you? So do you have anything else to say on that point?
What was the other point you made?
So it appears that either Muhammad got the prophecy wrong because obviously the moon is back together. You believe it's been put back together.
Yeah. So we don't. So we don't believe the moon was split. And remained split. I think as per the hadith states, it was split and then brought back together. I think that's what the hadith makes it clear. So and then on top of that, no, it's not Allah changing his mind. The moon has been split. We can't change that. The moon has been split.
Okay.
Putting it back together doesn't change the fact that the moon was split. It's like saying, what do you call it? The sun will come up. If the sun goes back down, okay, well the sun's already come up. It's not
I think that's a bit different.
No. If the prophecy was to say the moon will split and remain split, okay, maybe. But the moon just the prophecy just says the moon has split. And actually, funny. It says, wait, sorry, hold on. Sorry, let me share my screen again. Yeah, the hour has come and the moon has split. Yeah, so the moon has split. Even if it was brought back together, that doesn't change the fact that the moon has been split.
Yeah. Okay, fine. I think the comparison to the sun is a bit different because obviously that's something that happens.
Fine, whatever. But the point is just because Allah bringing the moon back together doesn't mean it's not Allah changing His mind. Now, if you were to find a verse that says the moon has been split, the hour is near, and then find another verse that said the opposite and said, sorry, actually the moon wasn't split, or no, actually the hour isn't near.
Or the hour isn't near. Yeah.
Then that would be fine. You'd have a point there, but the verse just says the hour is near.
Okay.
Near is obviously not specific, and
yeah, of course it's not. Yeah, it's not specific. Okay. Last couple of points. So there's one big thing that kind of doesn't really make sense to me as well. Is the whole idea that I think you can correct me on this verse or something. It's this idea that obviously the Quran is like a full and correct me on the words here. It's just a really good explanation of all things and everything like that. But then it seems that we just need so many sources elsewhere. And from what I've also learned, the whole doctrine of Islam isn't just following the Quran. It's that there's a bunch of other laws that seem to me, from an outsider's point of view, as man-made.
Yeah. Okay, I would
and
disagree
like
there, but
there's please teach me the history behind it. But it's like when
So when the Quran says it's a detailed explanation of all things, it doesn't mean literally all things. The Quran doesn't tell me how to use my iPhone, right?
No, of course
right.
not. But
The Quran has taught us how to live our lives. It's given a guideline how to follow every aspect of our lives. Now, we might not. It's a good question, by the way. This is a good question. You've asked, so we follow the hadith, we follow the sunnah, the example and the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. So, for example, I'll give you an example. The Quran tells us to pray, but it doesn't tell us how to pray. It doesn't say, okay, first you stand like this, you say this, and then you do this and that, and then it doesn't like a step by step. It just says to pray. It doesn't tell us how to pray. Now, the Prophet Muhammad taught us how to pray for all those years. Now, what does the Quran say? The Quran says to refer back to Allah and His Messenger. It says, "Obey, O you who believe." I don't want to misquote it, but I'm paraphrasing in English, basically. Basically, "O you who believe, obey Allah and obey His Messenger." Right. So when we go to, the Quran has given us like, for example, imagine I said this. Okay, I'm going to give you a guideline in detail what to do. If you need to go, if you get sick, go to the doctor. If your car breaks down, go to the mechanic. If you need food, go to the grocery store. Now, that's a detailed explanation, right? Now, the Quran tells us, the Quran gives us many guidelines of how to live our lives. The Quran says, "O you who believe, obey Allah and obey His Messenger." The Prophet Muhammad told us how to pray. The Quran tells us to follow the Prophet Muhammad. Yeah. Prophet Muhammad told us something. Quran says to follow the Prophet Muhammad.
I don't want to waste your time because I agree with a lot of what you're saying. But to put this more into context, I think one thing that really should have been cleared up, especially with this whole idea how it's the final revelation from God, is from God to stop, like, say, Christians from following the wrong thing. Maybe I think the Jesus thing should have been cleared up a lot more, and I don't think it was really cleared up.
What about the Jesus thing?
So how it describes, I only have my phone, and forgive me for being quite blunt, but I can't really be bothered to couple the verses and everything. But it doesn't seem like much effort was put into clearing that up at all. The whole situation of the resurrection.
What do you mean?
It doesn't.
What do you think the Quran should have said, or maybe it could have expounded?
Well, it doesn't really confirm if Jesus died or not. It doesn't, because it says that it's. And I was looking at a video.
They killed him not, they crucified him not, rather it was made to appear so.
Yeah, so I think that's especially Allah, like, knowing how humans would take this. I think he should have been. Well, sorry to be saying, I think he should have, but
No,
maybe it would
you
have been.
think maybe more details should have been given?
Yeah,
More,
because it says they, and
but
obviously they.
what
They,
detail?
yeah,
What
yeah,
other
because
details do
they
you
is
think should have been
talking.
given?
They is talking about the Jews, so it says that they shouldn't. They did not kill him, and they did not. Whatever.
Actually, that can easily be refuted. So if you go a couple verses later, I think 2 verses later,
Yeah.
it talks about Jesus explicitly being alive, still being alive, and he was
What does it say?
and how he never. I'll bring the verse. I don't want to.
Thank you.
Oh, by the way, I never actually. I have it pasted. I just didn't post it. What do you call it? This I put it in the live chat. This is the link to the video about the prophet trying to kill himself supposedly. It's on my. By the way, it's on my. If you actually go to my channel homepage, it's called Suicidal Prophet. It's like the second or third video and most popular.
Okay.
It's got a big mugshot of David Wood. You can't miss it. I'm serious. What do you call it? Surah 4, if I'm not mistaken, 159, if I'm not mistaken. Because 157 is the verse I quoted.
Yeah, 157. I know 157.
The verse that keeps a lot of, not you in particular, but keeps a lot of Christian missionaries up at night for some reason. No, I'm serious. This verse right here, essentially, like if Christians could tell us, like if they could sum up like 2 or 3, if they can just give us 2 or 3 verses why they don't believe in Islam, this is definitely one of them. All right. Even though this verse is not a big deal to us Muslims, it's just what do you call it? So Surah 4 verse 157, right here at 157. And for their saying, indeed we. There you go. And for their saying, indeed we have killed the Messiah, Jesus, the son of Mary, the messenger of Allah, and they did not kill him, nor did they crucify him, but another was made to. Well, okay, this is Sahih International. That's technically not what the Arabic says. This isn't exactly a word. This is not exactly a word for word translation. I can give you more of a word for word.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. Whatever you have.
Well, but basically the Arabic the Arabic says. Sorry if I can find. Right here. وَمَا قَتَلُوهُ. I don't know why they give a word for word translation up here, but they give more of an interpretation of the meaning down here. But anyway, it says وَمَا قَتَلُوهُ, and not they killed him not. وَمَا صَلَبُوهُ, they crucified him not. وَلَكِنْ شُبِّهَ لَهُمْ, it was made to appear to them. And indeed, those who differ in it surely doubt about. I mean, just notice how it doesn't mention anything about that, because that's an interpretation. That's a theory that a lot of people have, that another was made to resemble him, which is a valid opinion, but that's not necessarily an opinion we have to hold.
Oh, which one do you hold?
I'm not. I'm undecided, and you don't have to hold anyone in particular. You don't have to.
But and then that goes back to my point about it's not really clear.
The only thing that we know for sure, which is the only thing we need to know for sure, is that they killed him not, they crucified him not. But then your question was, and it's a good question. Your question was it? Does it just say it just says the Jews didn't kill him? They, meaning the Jews, didn't kill him. Maybe the Chinese killed him. I don't know. Maybe the Australians killed him. I don't know. Okay, let's tease that idea. If we go 2 verses down, it says, and there is none from the people of the scripture, but they will surely believe in him, i.e. Jesus, before his death. Right? Before his death, because we as Muslims believe, as per the hadith, other things, that the prophet, that Jesus will return on the day of judgment, and he will eventually die, and he will eventually, in the end times, he's going to come back, he's going to kill the Antichrist, he's going to die, and then he's going to have a normal family, like a normal life. He's going to actually have a family, get married and have a family, and he'll eventually die, like all human beings die, because the Quran says, let me just, what do you call it? Oh, because the Quran says, every soul shall taste death, right? And so, is that the Quran or hadith? It could be a hadith, I forget. But essentially, this verse, I'll bring it back. This verse makes it clear that Jesus didn't die. And so, because we believe that the people of the book, the true believers of the people of the book, will see their mistake at that time. I mean, they'll see their mistake and they'll believe in him. It says, and there is none from the people of the scripture, but that he will surely believe in him, meaning Jesus, before his death. In other words, he's still alive, never died.
But isn't that very similar to what Christians also believe, in the sense that, because what I've noticed, this is literally my opinion from what I've been reading. Like, actually, I do get a lot of sources from different people, and I also watch a lot of Muslim videos as well, yourself included. But this is a big claim that you probably haven't heard before. But it seems to me that say taking it from a Christian point of view, it seems to me that the Quran finds it very difficult to explicitly say if the Christians are right, lie on Jesus, if you get what I mean. It finds it very, like, it's not very clear.
So if the Quran makes it clear that Jesus didn't die,
I don't really, because you
what more does the Quran like?
So if you hold on, yeah, if you bring up that verse,
just one second. So you want the Quran to basically say, you can. By the way, I think the Quran does say that in other places, but like in some way, shape, or form. But even if the Quran didn't, fine. The Quran explicitly says that Christian beliefs are wrong. The Christians believe that Jesus died, right?
Yeah.
What does the Quran here say? Let's read it. First, let's start from 157.
But just to finish off that point, like with the whole thing about before his death, it like Christians could also say like believe in that as well, because we do believe he's been resurrected. Or
no, but do you believe he died?
Do you believe he died? Yeah, we believe. Yeah,
that's it. That's the big contradiction. We don't believe he died. That's the difference. You can't reconcile those two beliefs.
Of course. No, I'm just saying that in the Quran there it does say something about until his death or something, which could be insinuating another one or something. I don't know, but yeah, like I don't know. That was
him. It's I mean, if you read the verse directly before, a couple verses, but it's talking about Jesus. They killed him not. They crucified him.
No, of course not. I know,
and then as I said, a couple verses later, explicitly mentions how he hasn't died and how he's going to die eventually, right?
Okay.
So it's very clear that he was never killed, whether it's by the Jews or by the Chinese or anyone. So,
and what about that the verse that talks about how he says word from the word and messenger? I can't remember the whole thing.
How Jesus called kalimatuhu his word.
Yeah, his word.
Yeah, so that's not the logos of John 1:1. What do you call it? If you read the tafsir, that's tafsir. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the Quran, and I forget which verse, tells us that he creates things by speaking them into existence. Right. So
it says that he's proceeding from him, though. His word proceeding from him.
That's fine. So what do you call it? We can read Tafsir ibn Kathir if you like. What do you call it? But the Quran explicitly says that Jesus was none but a messenger of God. Makes it very clear. We call it, he was a kalimatuhu minhu. Kalimat is a word from him. I don't know if it's there's a verse that says spirit from him, and I think it's
spirit,
a word from him. But that's fine. A spirit from Allah, 100%. Alhamdulillah. We don't have an issue with that.
But it's just that I see a difference. I see a big deal with this, because obviously Muhammad isn't really described in the same way.
Why does he have to be?
Well, it kind of gives like a different level of importance. It feels like a different level of importance. If one is described in the Quran as his word proceeding from him, one is yes. Well, can you bring it up? So I can see it on the screen.
I don't know exactly which verses. I have to look it up. But no, I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you. Jesus is called kalimatuhu, his word, a spirit from him. Alhamdulillah. First of all, there are many titles that are uniquely given to Jesus. There are many titles that are uniquely given to the Prophet Muhammad. For example, the Prophet Muhammad is called Al-Mustafa, the chosen one. Jesus is never called the chosen one. Does that mean?
Isn't he called the Messiah?
Is it? Yeah, of course. But the Messiah, of course. I would disagree on that meaning, but regardless, that's not the point. That's not the point. What do you call it? Sorry guys, I just saw something in the live chat. That's weird. But what do you call it? Different. For example, Abraham is called Khalilullah, the friend of God, right? Jesus is never called friend of God. Now, does that mean that Jesus wasn't a friend of God? Not necessarily. Muhammad, peace be upon him, is called Al-Mustafa, the chosen one. Does that mean Jesus wasn't chosen? No. Now, why does God particularly choose to highlight these qualities about different prophets? So, for example, he highlights how Muhammad was chosen. He highlights how Jesus, peace be upon him. And in fact, actually, the Quran likens Jesus to Adam. It says the likeness of him was made unto Adam. Right?
What does that mean? What
very simple. When it says Jesus was a word created from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, what do you call it? Wait, hold on. Basically, how he was a word of Allah. Sorry, a word from Allah. Kalimatuhu, his word. A word from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. What do you call it? The likeness is made unto Adam. Because Adam was created, because Allah said be and he was. That's what that ثُمَّ قَالَ لَهُ كُنْ فَيَكُونَ. Right? ثُمَّ قَالَ لَهُ كُنْ فَيَكُونَ. Which means Allah said be and he was. That's simple. Allah said be and he was. And this is why, and as the Quran says, Allah creates things by speaking them into existence. Right? You understand?
Okay.
And basically, the reason why is very simple, because Jesus was created miraculously, as we both agree, without a father. But this verse is basically indicating that this is easy for God. He just speaks things into existence. He spoke Jesus into existence, just like Adam.
But
right?
That whole thing, sorry, and I'm gonna admit I am slightly leaning more towards the Christian side on this perspective from what I've learned. It does seem a bit like I don't feel like God would do stuff for no reason, in terms of he's the only person in history that was born without a father, obviously excluding Adam, who was the first human
Did
created.
Adam have a mother or father?
Yeah, I know, but of course he's the first human created. Like I don't really think that.
Fine, but is that any less miraculous?
Well, you have to start somewhere with the creator. He's okay, fine. He's the first person since
right, but that's still miraculous, right?
Was...
If creating, let's be honest here, if creating a human, even if it's the first or 20th or 1,000th human, creating a human with one parent, I don't know how you can say that's more miraculous than creating a human with no parent. And by the way,
I think this is quite,
how was Eve created? How was Eve created? Eve was created from the ribs of Adam.
Yeah. So even this, I respect a lot of your points, but I don't think this point is that good, because obviously they're the first two humans created, and I don't think I think once there's a possibility.
Hold on. So they were the first humans created. Does that make it less miraculous?
No, it makes it slightly less miraculous than Jesus, because Jesus could have been born through normal conception.
God have created Jesus,
God decided to create him from a virgin.
So okay, so God creating a human from clay is less miraculous than God creating a human from a mother.
You're not putting the context to it, though.
No, you somehow think that Adam being the first human makes it less miraculous.
No, of course, no, it's not less miraculous, but it means more. You're correct. No, it's not less miraculous. Nothing really that God does is really less miraculous than the other thing. Well, but it signals to me more meaning, like more reasoning behind it, because he hasn't done that to anyone else since then, when he didn't have to. Do you not get my point at all? Like, you really don't get my point.
I get what you're saying, Chi. You're saying that God didn't have to create Jesus without a father, but he chose to. That's called a miracle. God didn't have to give give Moses the ability to open the sea. God didn't have to give Abraham.
But I think this miracle is particularly important because of the claims put on Jesus.
I mean, claims are just claims, Chi. You need to have evidence for them. You need to give me reasons why.
And this is part of the evidence, no?
Evidence for what? It's part of the evidence for him being.
He's the only human or prophet or whatever you want to call him that was born. I don't even know how to really describe it. I just think it's
he was the only prophet born from a
like
virgin?
that God really played like an active role in.
You don't think God played an active role in the creation of Adam?
You're using the same point though.
No, but you haven't really responded to it. You just You're really like I'm genuinely not seeing a difference. Like, okay, the only real difference I'll tell you the difference. The only difference you've pointed out is, Adam was the first human. Okay, great. He could have been the first.
So God had no.
Even if Adam was the 50th human, it wouldn't be any less miraculous.
That's the whole point. Adam was the first human, so God had no other option. He couldn't birth him from humans that didn't exist.
Okay, but was that a miracle? Was it any harder for God to do that?
Yes, because he didn't have anyone else to do it before. Of course. Wait, no.
It was harder for God. You think it was hard for God to create Adam with no mother?
It was okay. Well, it was logically, or like the same way you say it was harder for God to enter a man.
Okay, how about this?
Yeah,
God have created you and me without a mother or father?
If you wanted to, yeah.
Would that make us God?
But he had the fact of the matter is he hasn't done so for a reason. Think there's no? So wait, hold on. So you think there's no reason at all for?
I never said that. No, it's a miracle of God.
What do you?
I'll tell you what. The same reason behind every miracle. I'll tell you what. We believe Jesus, unlike other prophets, spoke in the cradle. Yeah. We believe Jesus, unlike other prophets, raised the dead.
Yeah.
By the permission of God, as the Quran says.
Mm-hmm.
What are the purpose behind all these miracles had the same purpose, to prove their prophethood. It's a miracle of God.
Okay, so why didn't any of the other prophets, Muhammad, or we can focus on Muhammad, or you can focus on others if you want to, really get this sort of evidence?
Would you consider splitting the moon to be like a not good enough
Well,
miracle?
I don't like. I find problems with that
Look,
one
if you don't believe, look, if you don't believe in that story, we can talk about that. But
yeah, I don't believe in that story. To answer your question,
okay, well, obviously, if you did, you'd be a Muslim. But but so do you believe that miracle just wasn't good enough? Do you believe that miracle? Do
no,
you just not
I
believe
believe there's whole. Okay, so this is how I think about things. I have to think about things from two perspectives. I have to
Okay.
think about the number one perspective. I have to think about it is if Islam is false, and then the second perspective I have to think about is if Christianity is false. So the first perspective saying if
Yeah, but
is
not
because
necessarily. No, but they can both be false, right?
yeah, no, exactly, and then that's a third situation. So yeah, so that the first topic of if Islam is false, then obviously I have to use my own deductive reason and see that okay, I don't really have any proof of the moon splitting. No one seems to have any real proof of the moon splitting.
Chi, do you
And
have evidence that? Do you have evidence of the virgin birth?
you don't have evidence of the virgin birth, but you do have evidence of Jesus. You do have evidence of Jesus and Jesus's and the crucifixion.
No, but what do you mean? No, hold on, wait, hold on. What do you mean evidence of Jesus? That he existed?
His crucifixion as well, yeah.
Okay, well, crucifixion isn't a miracle, but we can get into that.
Yeah, no, of course.
But what do you call it? But so just to be clear, do you have like evidence of the virgin birth, or of any of the miracles for that matter, of Moses, Abraham, anyone?
No. So I think his crucifixion and the things that seem to have like kind of sparked or started Christianity, which is obviously Paul and the disciples' teachings. Like I think they went to Ethiopia first, and like basically the claim of his resurrection. That kind of that and from them. Yeah,
so just to be clear, do you have so we can talk about that. I don't believe there's any good evidence for anything of the New Testament, to be quite honest. But anyway, even before we even get there, do you have evidence of the miracles of Joseph or the miracles of Moses? Do you have proof of all these miracles you believe in?
So I didn't even like I said, I'm not too like well versed in all this stuff. I didn't even know there was any.
No, I'll help you. We have no evidence of the what do you call it? For example, Moses turning his stick into a snake. You believe in that story?
Mm-hmm. Well, I didn't know that happened, but
okay, it's in the Quran. Maybe it's not in the Bible. I don't know. Do you believe in the for example, the ocean splitting? The Red Sea splitting?
Yeah, probably would do. Probably, if I was to confirm probably would do. Yeah.
No, but do you have evidence of that story?
Okay, so obviously the obvious answer that me and you both know is no. But
right, but that doesn't. So the whole.
I never claimed that. I never claimed to. So the whole reason why
I know you didn't. But the problem is, the problem is earlier you said, well, you know what? Do you have evidence of the Prophet Muhammad performing better miracles? Do you have evidence that he performed? And I said, well, okay, hold on. We believe the moon split. He said, oh, okay, but there's no proof of that. Now, first of all, I don't necessarily agree. But even if we did agree, well, clearly we don't need proof of we don't need to have seen.
I think you forgot my first point. So the reason why I got into this is because I said, I have to think from the perspective of if Islam is false.
No, but you shouldn't presuppose anything, Chi. I don't think you should presuppose anything. You should just examine it. Just don't presuppose it's true. Don't presuppose it's false, because you're just going to get two different narratives. Look at it objectively.
I think presupposing things and then looking for kind of kinks in each one, it allows you to look at things from a less kind of corrupt or biased manner. For instance,
why would you presuppose that Christian? Why would you? How about this? Why would you presuppose Islam is true? Why would I presuppose that?
So because it allows. Okay, so if you presuppose that, say, Islam is true, then it allows you to look into more of it allows you to look at things with more of an open eye. It allows you to look at what God says with a more open eye. Yeah, because if you don't think it's true,
I don't think you understand presupposition, Chi. If you presuppose something is true, that means you're presupposing it's true. You're starting from the position that it's true.
Yeah, exactly.
Why would you do that? If you don't know if it's true, look at it objectively and then decide.
Okay, I think that's
I mean, for example, do you look at a criminal and just assume and just presuppose he's guilty? It's like, well, I need to examine the evidence. We look at the evidence, and then we decide. We don't, okay, let's say he's guilty. Let's say he's innocent. Well, we have to decide. If we have to look at the evidence and decide if he's guilty, if he's innocent. And if we don't have enough evidence, we need to seek out evidence. and see where the evidence
I
leads
think
us.
I think we're getting bogged down into my logic, which isn't really important.
Well, that's what we're using. We're using logic, right?
Yeah,
I
no,
hope-
no,
I
true.
hope we
No,
are.
I've said my particular logic on this. Of course, logic is
Which
important.
logic are
Okay.
you using? You want to use my logic? You can use my logic if you'd like.
One. Okay. What was the last? There was one last thing I wanted to pop into. It was the. If we can go, okay. So this is an argument I've heard, and I'd like to hear your point of view on it. So it's the whole thing about Jesus being crucified, and
one of my favorite topics.
Yeah. So you probably know what I'm gonna say. It's talking about how. Okay. So. It's this whole idea that obviously Allah, one of Allah's 99 names is the greatest deceiver, and
I disagree.
You disagree? Some Muslim
I know where you got. I know where you're getting this from, man. Why are you?
No, I've got it from places.
I know
Number
exactly.
One,
yes.
Yeah, no, yes, no. I get it from these places.
Do me
But
a
then
favor,
I look into it
less
myself.
Christian Prince, less Sam Shimon, and less answeringislam.com.
But why less of that? Go on, tell me why.
Why would I go to an anti-Islam source to learn about Islam?
Well, I think I go to. It's important because what I've learned about a lot of the times is when I see Muslims being like brought these ideas that hold on. When I hold on, I'm not finished. Hold on, no, I'm not finished. You can hold on. When I see Muslims,
you're telling me to go to. You're telling me we should go to anti-Islam sources.
Hold on.
Come on, man. Are you being serious? You can't be sincere.
Hold on. Because it's not like there's zero truth in what they say. It's not like there's zero truth in what they say. They bring authentic sources.
I beg to differ.
Okay. You should probably go debate one of them.
Hold on. So first of all, I've personally gone. You genuinely think that like I as a Muslim have never seen their content before and have?
Yeah, of course. I know you have. You must have.
Right. So do you think that like, do you think like Muslims are like that blind of believers?
Well, actually, from what I've heard, it's like when you question.
Hypothetical.
No. But let me tell you, you can refute what I'm going to say. You can refute what I'm going to say if it's incorrect, because I have things that I would like for a Muslim to be like, that's completely wrong, and you can tell me why. But it's like when I've heard that people ask questions about Muhammad and some of his actions, they question him. They're told like either not to ask questions or they're shunned, or I don't know. You can tell me.
I don't know where you're getting that from either. Okay, I've gotten that from Christians as well. I don't know how that's unique to Muslims, but anyway, I've gotten that from.
I'm pretty sure it says in the Quran not to ask questions. Because those who have asked questions have lost their faith or something.
So first of all, the Quran literally says, "Is'alu ahl al-dhikr," ask the people of knowledge. Second of all, that verse isn't talking about don't question whether Islam is true. It's saying if God says something, you don't ask questions, which is true. If God tells you something,
that makes sense.
And if you can prove God said something, well then we accept it. That's that simple. But that's
I think in the next line there it does say.
That's just Chief. That's not even the point. Chief, that's not even the point. Hold on. Chief,
the next line isn't the point.
Hold on a second. Chief,
how's the next line not even?
Chief, hold on. You mentioned a bunch of stuff before.
All right, go on. Sorry, I'll
be honest, Chief.
Yeah, go on.
You think it's fair? It's academically honest to go to an anti-Islam source to learn about Islam?
Of course, that's not. I think it's important to hear what people that dismiss this stuff come up with. The same with Christians. It's the same. I'm sorry to say it, but I'd say that most of the places where hold on, you know, let me speak. I would say that a lot of the I say that you are. Wouldn't you say that you yourself is a little bit of a not? I wouldn't say anti-Christian like channel, but you give a lot of arguments against the Christian doctrine, and obviously you teach what you teach would probably lead Muslims further away from that. So I think it's important to go to both and see what the opposite sides have to say about each other, so then you can come with your own judgment.
A couple things. Number one, I never tell people, guys, if you want to learn about Christianity, come to my channel. I never say that, first of all. Second of all, you don't start with an anti-Islam source to learn about Islam. No one does that. Just like I wouldn't start if I want to learn about Christianity, I don't go to the rabbis. That'd be idiotic. Why would I go to the rabbis? Unless I already have some presuppositions about Islam or some wished presuppositions about Islam. Now, and second of all, if you truly had gone to both sources, like you said, even if that's a good methodology, which it's not, even if you had done that, I can tell you hadn't gone to both Muslim and Christian sources, because if you had gone to Muslim sources, Have you ever read a single Muslim translation of that verse?
Of what? I don't know how to read Arabic.
Translation. I said
Oh,
translation.
translation of which verse?
The verse you quoted, the supposed Wallahu khairul makirin. Allah supposed it doesn't say the greatest deceivers. It says planners. Okay.
No.
If you had gone to just one Muslim translation, you would have been like, that's funny. Why is the only translation? Why is how about this? I can bring up 10 independent Muslim translations. There isn't a single Muslim translation. There isn't a single Muslim translation. I've looked for it myself. I've gone searching for it, done research for it. There isn't a single Muslim translation that translates that verse that way. There's only one translation in the world that I know of. It's by the world-renowned Islamophobe Hasumu Shamoun. Okay, so if you had truly gone to both, so I can tell you've never even read a Muslim translation of or at least not in that verse.
Yeah, no, definitely not that verse. Like this is just one. When I started this topic, this part of the conversation, I said this is one argument I've heard, and I wanted to know your opinion on it. So I've got this side. Like you do have to appreciate that. I've only this particular verse you're talking about. I can admit that I haven't gone to both sides. That's fair enough. I'd never.
By the way, Chi, just so you know, if you want to know the answer to all the stuff on answering Islam, go to answering Christianity.
I don't know. That makes sense. Cool. Anyway,
right? No, I'm not even kidding. Just say, whatever the argument is. Allah greatest deceiver, and then just go to Google. Allah greatest deceiver, answering Christianity. You'll find the answer there.
But okay, so you.
I can play that. I can play that game too.
Okay, it's fine. Okay, so you disagree with that? It's called Allah's called the greatest deceiver. Okay, fine. That's fine. We can leave that to bed. But what I did want to say is it does appear in that whole story with Jesus that Allah taking him down, and you said that you're not sure what he did. He might have either put him up with someone else.
The Quran doesn't tell us what happened exactly. All it tells us he wasn't
exactly. But a lot of Muslims have come to the conclusion that he may have replaced Jesus with his enemy or something of that nature. Either way, it says either way. It says,
first of all, the conclusions of Muslims is not my authority. Second of
all,
all,
of course not.
Hold on 1 second. Actually, the story that Ibn Kathir narrates a story from the Prophet ﷺ. I think he gives the hadith where the Prophet, peace be upon him, told again, I don't know if it's authentic or what the authenticity is. Even if we assume it's authentic, in the narrative that Allah made someone else look like Jesus, the disciples of Christ were aware of it, and they saw it, and they knew it wasn't Christ who was crucified. Okay, so even if you want to accept that narrative, which is fine, I don't necessarily say it's right or wrong. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But even if you want to accept that narrative as true, that would mean the disciples of Christ knew well that Christ was not crucified.
Okay, cool.
That's it. So again, that's assuming that narrative is true. We don't know what happened. The Quran doesn't tell us what happened. The Quran doesn't tell us.
All the Quran does say is that. Correct me if my translation is wrong. It says something like he made it seem that way.
It says it was made to appear so. It doesn't say Allah made it appear so. It says it was made to appear so.
So this is okay. So it wasn't, but it wasn't made to appear so by. I mean, it quite clearly indicates.
It doesn't say. It doesn't say.
No, it does quite clearly indicate that it was Allah. That obviously, if it's saying that it was made to, if Allah was the one that brought Jesus down and raised him to heaven. Sorry, and then it says it was made to. No, is that incorrect?
So the Quran simply says it was made to appear so. Now,
it doesn't say that.
We don't know. Now, was Jesus at some point raised up to heaven? Of course. Well, not to heaven, but raised up to Allah. But it doesn't say that in the minute, in the second. I mean, this could be true. We don't know. But you're making a lot of presuppositions. The verse doesn't say. And
I think this is my problem because
1 second. The verse says simply he wasn't killed. It was made to appear so. Who made it appear so? How it was made to appear so? We don't know. All we know is the people thought he was crucified. He was not crucified, and Allah, at some point or another, brought him up. Jazakallah khair, Muhammad Jassim, for the super sticker. I appreciate it. Allah bless you.
Generous. And this is, I think this is like some of my kind of biggest problems with it, because there's a bunch of like unanswered questions. We don't know. This is that. And then it comes back to my original point at the beginning where it says it was meant to be kind of like a clear up this whole situation with Jesus, and it really just doesn't clear up the situation with Jesus.
But why do we need to know how Jesus was saved? Why do we need to know was someone crucified? Was someone not crucified? Why do we need to know?
Because now where I wanted to go with this question was it seems that obviously with Allah making it seem some way, you saying that it might not be Allah because it's not made
No,
clear.
the Quran doesn't say it was Allah.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
it was,
of course.
why would
Of
you
course. But
presuppose that?
if I was going to presuppose that, because that's what I have presupposed, it does appear that there was some like kind of like making something seem something that isn't a particular type of way. It does seem like a form of deception.
Cheat. If the Quran does the Quran say who did it?
I mean, I'm sure many Muslims in the chat
It doesn't.
would have thought
I'll
that it
make
was
easy,
Allah
bro. It
before
doesn't.
this very conversation.
Cheat. I'll make it. No, cheat. No, wait, we'll bring up the verse here.
Can we read it? Can we
Here
read
it is. 157. Here, look. 150. Oh, sorry. Here, wait. Is this? I don't have any translations selected. Hold on. Hold on. Here. Bear with me 1 second. Oh, I lost the verse. Now I got to go find the verse. Sorry about that. So I got to scroll all the way. Here we go. All right. Verse 156. Where do you want to start? 156, 155. Where do you want to start?
Say again, sorry.
Which verse do you want to start with? 156?
Yeah, just I don't really know where it stops. But yeah, 160. Yeah, that's
one. And their denial, outrageous accusation against Mary. So this talks about how they accused Mary of being an adulteress. And then 157, which obviously the Quran actually defends her honor. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah.
By the way, just on a side note, the Quran mentions Mary more than the New Testament does, just a bit for FYI.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, that's not the point. And then this is 157 right here. 157.
Mm-hmm.
And for boasting, we killed the Messiah, Jesus, son of Mary, the messenger of Allah. But they neither killed nor crucified him. It was only made to appear so. Even those who argue for his crucifixion, well, it's in print. It's not in the text, but it's argue for this are in doubt. They have no knowledge whatsoever, only making assumptions. They certainly did not kill him. Should I go on? Or
yes, please do.
Rather, Allah raised him up to himself, and Allah is Almighty, All-Wise. Every one of the people of the book will definitely believe in him before his death, and on the day of judgment, Jesus will be a witness against them.
Yeah. So where's the bit about it seemed? Did I miss it?
It was made to appear so. Yeah, it's in this for 157.
Oh, 157. Sorry, let me just read that again.
But they neither killed nor crucified him. It was only made to appear so.
Okay, so I'm gonna challenge your logic here a little bit, because it says that that it was made to. They didn't kill him nor crucify him. So that's talking about the Jews. It was only made to appear so. So if it's that's being challenged there, the fact that they did not crucify him, it was only made to appear so. That means that something had to come in there to obviously replace Jesus, or
could it have been a rumor?
What?
It was made to appear so. It was made to appear so.
It could have been a rumor.
Or maybe they crucified the wrong person. Could they have crucified the wrong person?
But didn't you remind me what you said about the disciples? No, if that situation of its
that's one interpretation. That's not. I don't have to. We don't have to believe that. That's one interpretation. That's not the point. That was just a hypothetical. But you're missing the point, though.
I think you're missing the point in the fact that it's just so unclear. Like it's.
But okay, hold on. Second. Are you saying it's clear that he was? Are you saying it's clear, or saying it's not clear? Because first you argue it's not clear, but then you say no, it clearly shows there was a deception. So make up your mind. Was it clear?
No. So your responses to me are because before this chat, I always thought that it was just Jesus on the cross. Allah took him down from the cross and replaced him with someone else. No, but obviously, okay, that's fine. But everything you're telling me is now making it unclear. To answer your question, it's making it more unclear. And then the fact that
how about this? Just don't worry about what the Muslims in the live chat may have told you. I don't know what they told you. I don't know. The Quran here is very clear. They killed him not. They crucified him not. Rather, it was made to appear so. Now, what were the details? Who made it appear so? How it was made to appear so? Allah doesn't tell us, and we don't need to know. And we Muslims honestly don't care. We really don't care whether it was Judas who was crucified. Yeah. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who was actually crucified.
Can I tell you why?
When did it happen?
I'll tell you why it matters.
Well,
Can I
so
tell you
obviously, Chi, because you believe he died for your sins. Of course, it's a matter of life and death for you.
No, I believe it should even
for
matter.
us, we don't
I
care.
believe it should even matter for Muslims, because if it is the case that Allah is the one that made it appear so, which it's clearly indicating to me, I think many Muslims would agree.
Is it?
Okay,
No,
okay, fine. Sorry, I take back my comment.
You can't.
Yeah, I take back my comment. Let me take back my comment.
You can't say it's clear.
Yeah, no,
first you're arguing it's not clear, but then you're saying it's clear.
Hold on. Okay, let me complete my point. Hold on, let me complete my point. So I take back my point that it's clear, but I will reinstate my point that many Muslims would have thought that it was Allah that did take him down from the cross, or make it appear so.
Maybe.
And in that case,
one second. In the narrative,
just hold on.
First of all, it doesn't say take it out. We call it the opinion doesn't say that it was taken down. It says someone else was crucified in his place.
Fair. Sorry. Fair. But in that case, that it is him that has made it appear so. It does mean that, in a sense, that it is Allah's fault that there are Christians that believe in Jesus' resurrection, and also it does seem like a bit of deception.
So, Chi, I already responded to this. Two things. One, it doesn't say who made it appear so. So
yeah, no, I agree. But that's why I'm saying that it's so important.
If Allah didn't do it,
hold on. Let me make it clear.
Hold on, you made a claim. Chi, hold on. You made a claim.
Let me finish my claim. The reason why it's so important is because if that is the case, I'm saying that it's important that the Quran has said that it's going to be a clear explanation of all things, but it hasn't explained this one thing. You said that it's not important that for Muslims to know, but it is important for Muslims to know, because if it is the case, then it would have probably led loads of Muslims away, because it seems that God is deceiving them here.
Okay, so Chi, I don't know how many you keep agreeing with me, but then disagreeing with me on the same point a few seconds later. The Quran does not say who made it appear so. Agreed?
Yes.
Hold on.
Sorry, I'll take it back. I take it back. I think
according to this verse, where does it say? Oh, I'll give you an option. I'll give you 3 options. Does it say Allah made it appear so?
No, I don't want 3 options. I'll tell you how I want to answer.
No. Chi, it's very. There are only 3 options for this. Okay, only 3 options. According to this verse, Allah made it appear so. According to this verse, another person made it appear so. According to this verse, it was made to appear so, but we're not told. Which of the 3 options is it?
Okay, so I see what you mean. I just think it's a bit of mental gymnastics in the sense that anyone that reads this thinks that it's Allah.
Please, Chi, don't. I don't want to complicate things. It's very simple. 3 options. And according to this verse, Allah made it appear so. Read the verse. It's right there. According to this verse, Allah made it appear so. Somebody else made it appear so. Or we don't know. Or the verse doesn't tell us. Which of the 3 options is it?
The verse doesn't tell us.
Thank you. So if the verse doesn't tell us Allah made it appear so, stop insisting Allah deceived. It looks like Allah deceived. If we're not told, stop insisting as if we are told. That's the first thing. Secondly, even if we were to concede that Allah made someone else look like Jesus, according to the narration by Ibn Kathir, the disciples of Christ, the believers in Christ, knew and were fully aware it wasn't Christ who was crucified.
Yeah, but the Jews weren't. The Jews are just. Do the Jews are the Jews teaching Christianity? That's not important. He still does that in that situation. He still deceived people.
Wait, hold on. Okay, so 2 things. Number 1, according to the New Testament, God does deceive people, but that's not the point. Even if that's not true.
How?
God sends lying spirits according to the Bible.
He didn't send the lying spirit.
He does. We can talk. I can get you the verse in a minute if you'd like. That's not even if we forget that. Even if I forget that. God does put lying spirits in them. But forget that. Forget that. I take that back. I can take that back. No problem.
Go on.
The Jewish people. Question: are the Jews going around teaching Jesus died for our sins?
No.
No. So
actually,
what they think?
Okay. Well, yeah. The obvious answer is no. But a lot of Jews at that time did convert to Christianity.
No.
That's one myth that.
Those Jews. No. Okay. First of all, I don't necessarily agree. But second of all, that's a different point.
Yeah.
The Jews who are around Jesus, crucifying him, supposedly they were crucifying somebody, whoever they were crucifying. What do you call it? They weren't going around obviously teaching that Jesus died for our sins. Okay, the disciples of Christ. Now, if the disciples of Christ, number 1, as we've already established, the verse doesn't say doesn't say what happened. So we can throw that all. We can just pause it right there. That's it. But just to tease the idea a little more, I'm being charitable here. I'll be a little bit more charitable. The narration that Ibn Kathir quotes explicitly says that the disciples, the believers, the people who would supposedly going around teaching the message of Christ, clearly knew he wasn't crucified. So if the people who were the believers of Christ, who would be the ones, unless you believe that Pontius Pilate and the rest of the Jews who disbelieved in him were going around teaching Christianity, no, they weren't. These people hated Jesus. They weren't spreading the message of Christ. The people, however, the disciples of Christ, who would have spread the message of Christ, they, according to this narration, were clearly aware that Christ was not crucified, and and they were aware of that. They were aware of that. So they wouldn't have gone around teaching that. So no, it wouldn't be Allah's fault that the Christian believers believed he was crucified, unless you think that Pontius Pilate and the Pharisees were teaching Christianity, which they weren't, right? So there is absolute. So it doesn't matter how charitable we are with you. There is nothing to say, nothing to argue. There was any deception. Now, if you want to believe that, believe as you like. But that's the same eisegesis we see from Christians routinely, honestly, with all due respect. The verse does not say who made it appear so. And even if you want to make the claim that Allah did, according to that narration, the disciples knew, so there was no deception upon the believers. Okay? So is that clear? So this, and by the way, what you mentioned
it's
about
clear. What you said is clear. What you said is clear out.
Good.
But
Thank you. So that's it.
Yeah. The final question. It's been great chatting to you, by the way. The final question.
No problem. Thank you.
The final question I do want to ask. So obviously, yeah, we've discussed the sources. I obviously get a lot of this stuff from your Christian Prince. That's actually the main one. I do believe that. I really do enjoy this.
That's the main one you get it from, dude. You shouldn't have told me that, man.
No.
Okay. How about this? Would you like? How about this?
Can I finish my point?
Would you like a YouTube channel that refutes everything Christian Prince says, besides this channel, obviously?
Perfect. I would love to.
No problem.
But what I would say is, so you're telling me that majority of the things I get are from unauthentic. Sorry, I can't even think of the word. Unauthentic sources.
Okay, so first of all, it depends. There are some things that are authentic but misrepresented. There are some things that are just inauthentic. There are some things that are a mix of truth and falsehood, and there are some things that are just pure falsehood. I can quote you.
Can you remind me of the things that we discussed that you thought were just complete falsehood?
Allah being the greatest deceiver. There isn't a single translation of the Quran that says that translates that verse that way. There's the only translation that I'm aware of that translates that verse, because I've researched it, is the one by the infamous, the irrelevant, I would say, Sam Shimon, right?
Okay.
Right. An obvious hater of Islam. And if you would like, I would recommend here, if you want, I can give you a link in the backstage of a playlist of refutations against Christian Prince.
Please.
By one person, by the same person.
Please do.
No.
I think you should share. Anyway, well, what I was going to say is, I'm very, very surprised then, in the sense that, do you listen to his videos a lot or not really? Like, I just wanted to, out of interest.
I don't eat junk food. Okay, I'm lying. I eat a lot. Okay, I'm actually lying. I eat a lot of junk food. But what do you call it? I don't listen to junk. How about that?
Okay, cool. But what I would say is, I think you'd be doing your community and Muslim, I don't know what to call community is the best word, a great service if you do believe a lot of what he says is false. I don't understand why I have not heard a debate. You can tell me.
Well, actually, I know somebody. There's two things. One, my buddy, I have a friend of mine. His name is Farid Responds. I'm going to give you his channel. I'm going to give you a playlist of 107 lies, blatant lies of Christian Prince he exposed.
Why is no one called? Okay, go on.
Okay. And secondly, by the way, what do you call it? Have you seen this guy? By the way, Christian Prince openly says he's not fair to Muslims. If you'd like the video, I can give you that as well.
He's not fair. Yeah, I don't. I think I do.
Yeah. Sorry. Look, man. Look. Here's the thing. I'll tell you two things. One, Farid. I'll start three things. One, Farid has a playlist. I'll give it to you right now. 107 lies by Christian Prince, exposing them one by one. Secondly, he actually challenged him to an in-person debate. CP backed out of it. And I myself, many times on this channel have openly said, guys, I will debate Christian Prince in person. After his debate with Farid. Why would I go on a platform where he can mute me, where he can hang up on me?
No, in that case, then you should get a a mutual kind of middle person, but I think in person's a bit of a, like, it's a bit dangerous now.
Chi. We live in the United States, okay? He can put a mask
does
on.
he live in
I'll pay for his bodyguards. I'll pay for his bodyguards. Is that good? Is that good?
Probably not. But yeah.
Okay, well, look, man, look. You can make you can make as many excuses as you like, right? I'm a kid from California. Do I look dangerous? Look at me. Do I look dangerous?
No, I never said you look dangerous.
I don't know.
You know I'm not talking about you looking dangerous. Come on now. But of course,
are you saying my fan base looks dangerous, man? Come on. Don't worry. We don't have to reveal the location. How about that? We don't have to reveal the location. Well, we have to though. If it's a public venue. But what do you call
I don't
it?
see why. I feel like saying this whole thing about in person. I know it does make you look like you're more up for it, but like it's easier for everyone if firstly it's online. And it's probably safer for everyone too.
Well, it's easier for him if it's on his platform where he can mute people.
No, of course, then don't have it on his platform. Come on, that's an easy solution. Easy solution.
Cheat. Very simple. Okay. Well, first of all, I've never seen him debate on any other platform, just to be clear. So it's not as if.
Okay, yeah. So you'd have to make
he'd
have to concede on that.
Okay, right. But the point is, right? I'll debate him. I'll debate him after his debate with Farid, because Farid challenged him like years ago, and he's still waiting on that. So once he gets done with that debate, I'll debate him in a place where he can't mute me, where he can't interrupt me, where he can't just hang up the phone on me. I've seen the videos where he's done that, where he just conveniently just hangs up on you when he doesn't want to answer.
The videos I've seen, he hangs up when people are being
okay, don't worry. I'll give you the playlist right now. No problem. No problem. Just wait. No problem.
Okay, cool. That is pretty much it for me.
All right, cool, man. I'll tell you what. I'll what do you call it? I'll put the link to the playlist. Do you want it in the live chat, backstage, or
anything's good. Live chat's cool.
All right, cool. I'll go ahead.
Just backstage it to me. Actually, that would be better, I think. So I can just quickly.
No problem. Here's the thing. Actually, here's what
we'll
happens.
Do it in both. I don't mind.
I'm sorry.
We'll do it in both. I don't mind.
So here's the thing. I found Okay, so you had to move all the videos to another channel, but I found a video that compiles. It's like 2 hours long, but it compiles all the videos.
Okay.
It's 100.
Yeah, no, of course, it's important.
Lies.
Yeah.
No, it's 100. It's 107 lies. What do you call it? Combined into one video. So because he made like 30 plus different videos exposing one lie at a time, and so now this just puts them all into one.
What do you, off the top of your head? What's one lie? Give it to me. Let me hear it.
Okay. He claims that the Quran has the word, the first surah of the Quran mentions farting.
Hello. I'm sure he gave proof, but like, yeah, no. That's not me saying that the proof.
You think the bro?
No, hold on. I didn't. That's not me saying that. That's not me saying that's true. Hold on.
We recite, bro. Well, bro, obviously he tried to give something. Obviously, he didn't just.
You made it sound a bit loose, but you know.
Chi. He literally claimed that Muslims say 17 times a day, "Ihdina ad-durat al-mustaqim," guide us on the path of farting. Dude, I swear to God, if he told you Hitler's in the Quran, you'd make excuses for him.
Me? No, that's not me making.
I'm sure you know. Some of him.
All I wanted to say is that obviously you made it sound very like he just said that out of nothing. I'm sure there's going to be some sort of logic to it, and then you can refute that.
There's some logic behind farting and the
I'm sure there's some like translations. Arabic words that mean the same thing.
There isn't I promise you. I swear by God, there isn't a single Muslim. There isn't any translation of the Quran that says guide us on the path of farting. And that in the chapter that Muslims recite 17 times a day. Okay, I swear to God, like I said, I swear to God, if he was to tell you Hitler was in that verse, you'd believe him. I swear to God.
No,
anyway.
Obviously I wouldn't.
Well,
what does baiting mean?
What?
Someone said you done a great job baiting. What does that mean?
I have no idea, man. Anyway, here I'm gonna look here. I'm just gonna give you the link right here. I finally found it. We don't have to go through this entire video. You can just go through.
Yeah, no, of course.
But I mean, honestly, I think you should, but you don't. Whatever.
I'll probably.
If lie number 27, 28, and 29 aren't enough for you, you can go on to I don't know.
Yeah.
Whatever. That's just random. There, it's in the backstage. Oh wait, sorry. Is that the link? Oh, I'm sorry. That's the title of the video. I'm sorry. Let me give you the link. I'm sorry. Copy link. Here we go.
Oh, can I talk on one more topic?
Oh, dude, listen, man, my brain
Yeah, of
hurts.
course. No
Honestly,
worry. No worry.
and plus we technically have like 2 more people backstage, and I really want to get through them because I feel bad. We're about to hit the 4-hour mark.
That's
There's the video right there, guys. It's technically like 30 different videos just put into one, go like one after another. So obviously you don't have to watch it all at one go, but whatever.
Cool. All right, cool. Thanks for having me, man.
Yeah, no problem, man. No problem. Have a good one.
Cheers.
The only reason I'm not ending it right now is because my amazing brother Aladdin is backstage. Aladdin, salam alaikum, akhi.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته يا بني. Am I coming clear?
Yes, you are clear.
كيف حالك حبيبي الله يرضى عليك كيف حالك؟
Oh.
Thank you very much for not asking me to turn on the cam again. حبيبي الله يرضى عليك.
Yeah.
He brought up so many misconceptions, which we are aware of.
Yeah.
29 years ago. So can I make fast comment on those things if it's okay with you, Akhi?
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Allah يرضى عليك. First of all, Allah يرضى عليك. First of all, let him tell his pretty Christian princess. Christian princess knows me since 29 years. We have history together. Tell him Alauddin, macho man from Paltalk, tells you to unblock him. Come wherever you want, and I'm still waiting for him. He will never accept as soon as you mention my name. Now, let's go, Ya Akhi, to the misconception that he caught. Ba'ad idhnak, if you don't mind. First of all, he caught split of the moon. He said that's not true. Actually, the verses that he quoted from the Holy Quran testify that the disbeliever actually saw the split of the moon. It's the context in the verses. If you read verse number 1, Allah says, اقتربت الساعة وانشق القمر. Verse 2, وإن يروا آية يعرضوا ويقولوا سحر مستمر. Verse 3, وكذبوا واتبعوا أهواءهم وكل أمر مستقر. Verse number 1, they said the hour of the resurrections drew near and the moon split asunder. Read next verse. Regardless of any sign, those people see, they turn away and say this is ongoing sorcery. So they saw the split of the moon by their eyes, but they accused Prophet Muhammad of sorcery. So they did not deny the split of the moon. They saw our eyes, but they said that he's a magician. So the verses that you quote actually testify that those disbelievers saw the split of the moon. So the verse itself answers you. That's number 1. Number 2, Ya Akhi, he came to Kalimatullah wa Ruhum min. You can read this in Surah An-Nisa, if I'm not mistaken, verse 171. Verse 171. يا أهل الكتاب لا تغلوا في دينكم ولا تقولوا على الله الحق إنما المسيح عيسى ابن مريم رسول الله وكلمته ألقاها إلى مريم وروح منه, up to the end of the verse. Or people of the book do not bow up then. So he is a word from Allah and spirit from Allah. Now, if you read in Surah Al-Imran, verse 45, Allah also says, إن الله يبشرك بكلمة منه اسمه المسيح عيسى ابن مريم. If you go just 3 or 4 verses before, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala also called John the Baptist as a word of Allah. فنادته الملائكة وهو قائم يصلي في المحراب إن الله يبشرك بيحيى مصدقا بكلمة من الله. So according to your logic, if Jesus is God because he is the word of Allah, so according to your logic, in the same chapter, John the Baptist should be also God because he was also a word from Allah. Now, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala told us in the Holy Quran what is the meaning of the word. The word in the Holy Quran means be and it is. And Allah spoke about this several times in the Holy Quran. In chapter 2, verse 117, Allah says, بديع السماوات والأرض وإذا قضى أمرا فإنما يقول له كن فيكون, which means he's the creator of heavens and earth. When he decrees a thing, he merely just says be and it is. Allah says again in chapter 3, Surah Al-Imran, verse 47.
I brought that verse up. How Allah says.
You said it now. Yes, barakallah fiik. You quote this one. Allah يخلق ما يشاء إذا قضى أمرا فإنما يقول له كن فيكون. When Allah want to create anything, he just says be and it is. Allah spoke about this again, chapter 3, verse 59. Again, Surah An-Nahl, so many verses. That's in regard of kalimat Allah. Now you are coming to the word ruh. You made a very good point, ya akhi, when you said that Khalilullah, Ibrahim alayhi salam. We as a Muslims, we believe in the Holy Quran. When Allah wants to glorify something, He add His name to this thing. Like He says, Baytullah. He add His name, house of Allah. Like He says, Naqatullah, the camel of Allah. Like He says, Khalilullah, which is Ibrahim alayhi salam. So when He added those things to His name, does that mean they are God? No. He just add His name to them to glorify them. And even the Bible testify that human beings are ruh, like Allah called Isa in the Quran, that he is ruh from Allah. And you read this in book of 1 John, chapter 4, verse 1. It says, أيها لا تصدقوا كل الروح بل امتحنوا الأرواح. Don't believe all spirits. Examine those spirits, which refers to those prophets and false prophet. So he named also prophets, human being, as a spirit, like Allah says about Jesus. So according to logic, all those prophets should be God like Jesus. Also in Genesis chapter 38, verse 41, he said about Joseph that fihi ruhun min Allah. He has a spirit of Allah.
I'm gonna be honest. I like the whole. I mean, look. I mean, don't get me wrong. The guy seemed like.
لا لا يا أخي.
I mean, he wasn't rude. I'll give him that. He wasn't rude. But the thing is,
No,
the
no,
whole.
أخي.
Oh, Jesus was born of a virgin. I was like, oh, Jesus ruh Allah, like ruh min Allah. You know, I was like, not sorry, but I was like, dude, come on, like all these points, you can find even greater examples from other prophets, right? Oh, Jesus was born of a virgin. Okay, Adam created no mother or father. Okay. Oh, Jesus did this miracle. Okay, other prophets did miracles. It's all these. It's very. I think it's called a non sequitur when the evidence you're giving.
You did well, yeah. You did well, mashallah. Now, one of the points that he spoke about is Allah Makkar, Allah's deceiver. For the sake of the argument, I'll accept that he says Allah's deceiver. And we have some English translations called deceiver. It's okay with me. Now, let me tell him,
Not
please.
by Muslims, as far as more. None by
No,
Muslims.
okay. Just let him say Allah is a deceiver, no problem. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala answered this in the Holy Quran. هدي بالك بس أول بالك معي. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in Surah Fatir, chapter 35, verse 43. استكبارا في الأرض ومكر السيء ولا يحيق المكر السيء إلا بأهله. Priding himself on earth and scheming evil or deceiving evil, but evil deceiving or scheming overwhelms none but its authors. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala here is talking about evil deceiving or scheming deceiving. Now here Allah divided the deceiving to two types, the good one and the bad one. So if someone try to deceive you and you know that he's trying to deceive you and you protect yourself from him deceive by deceiving him, in this case your action is a good deceiving, your reaction, but their action is the evil deceiving. Now the verse that he quote from the Holy Quran, they always quote from the Holy Quran, it is quote text out of context. They always quote chapter 3 verse 55. وَمَكَرُوا وَمَكَرَ اللَّهُ وَاللَّهُ خَيْرُ الْمَاكِرِينَ. They deceive and Allah deceive, and Allah is the best deceiver. Go back to the context.
That's assuming it's translated as deceive. It's not. It's all Muslim
okay, planner, deceiver, scheming.
I don't want to make it clear. All Muslim translations translate it as planned. Okay, the only, like I said, as far as I'm aware, the only translation that translates it that way is sanctioned.
Okay, inshallah.
But you know,
inshallah,
even if it is translated that way, go ahead.
Okay. Now they quote usually chapter 3, Surah Al-Imran, verse 53. وَمَكَرُوا وَمَكَرَ اللَّهُ وَاللَّهُ خَيْرُ الْمَاكِرِينَ. As you said, they plan and Allah plan, and Allah is the best planner. Go back to the verses before. Read the context. Verse 53. فَلَمَّا أَحَسَّ عِيسَى بِنْهُمُ الْمَكْرِ قَالَ مَنْ أَنصَارِي إِلَى اللَّهِ قَالَ الْحَوَارِيُّونَ نَحْنُ أَنصَارُ اللَّهِ آمَنَّا بِاللَّهِ وَاشْهَدْ بِأَنَّا مُسْلِمُونَ. And they, disbelievers, plans, but Allah planned. Allah, if you read the verse before, it tells you that those disbelievers try to deceive Jesus, try to plan against Jesus before Allah planned. So their action is to deceive Jesus. The reaction of Allah was to protect Jesus from their planning or from their scheming or from their deceiving. So therefore, the action of Allah is what we call, ya akhi, the good planning, the good scheming, not the bad, to protect Isa alayhi salam from their evil scheming. أنا إنجليزياتي not good, and I hope that this answer, ya akhi. I hope that you understand, ya akhi. He brought up actually many, يعني سبحان
Yeah, but I
الله
think we got through
claims
most of them,
which we
alhamdulillah.
are aware of. فجزاك الله خير, بارك الله في حبيبي. I just wanted to tell
Yeah.
you, in your last video, there was a long discussion between me and two guys in Arabic. So I hope if you have time, ya akhi, just go there and read it, inshallah. In your last video, when they said that Prophet Muhammad he knows how to read and write, they brought it into your live stream. I had a long discussion with them in your comment section in Arabic, not in English. Please, if you have time,
I
read
know
it,
what you're talking
barakallah.
about. Was it the hadith rejector?
I don't know, ya akhi, they're hadith rejector or what. They were bringing some claims about Prophet Muhammad. They call themselves Muslims. Inshallah, they are Muslim, misguided Muslim. So I answered them in details in your comment section in Arabic. So when you have time, Allah yarda alayk, just try to take a look at it. Barakallah fi. Thank you very much for giving me the time to speak, Habibi. Barakallah fi. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala. Allah is said.
Sorry, 1 second. 1 second, guys. Okay, so this will be the last guest on. Yusuf, I see you exit. You turned your camera on, so you don't have to turn it on again. Okay, cool, no problem. Assalamu alaikum, Yusuf.
Alaikum salam. You did
Sorry,
a great job.
You're
yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I am. You did a great job, like well played. I'm pretty sure your brain cells are just like at one. So
yeah, well,
I just want to give you all just some points, and maybe if Chi is still here, I can like answer him, and I'll try to be quick. So firstly, he's a Christian, I believe. So with the claim about the moon splitting, I don't see a problem with that, because like we still we have a miracle.
We didn't really discuss the historicity of that. Can that be proven? Can that be disproven? Because that was kind of a side point, but anyway.
Yeah. Well, like being a Christian, I believe that there's a story about the sun, like not setting to let some people do something or something like that.
I know what you're talking about. In the Old Testament, God prevented the sun from setting at some point. I couldn't tell you the exact story, but I mean that's not the only story. I mean, look, for example, have you heard of the zombies of Matthew, The Walking Dead? Right?
I remember something like this.
In the Gospel of Matthew, basically Jesus, all the dead in Jerusalem rose from their graves and it appeared to many, as that verse literally says, appeared to many. I mean, there was a giant earthquake. So did they say the sun was darkened? I don't know, but it said. But what I do know for sure, it says the graves were opened, the dead walked and appeared to many. I mean, it's SubhanAllah, and like there's the miracle, like you said, the sun being stopped, prevented from setting, but we agreed that we don't necessarily have proof, like physical proof, from all of these miracles. And in fact, if I'm not mistaken, according to the New Testament, the Antichrist is going to do greater miracles.
Yep.
Right? Miracles aren't the test. Even according to the Old Testament, miracles are not the test. So it's not like false prophets. I mean, obviously, if the Antichrist can perform miracles. If the Antichrist can do miracles, well then why are you using miracles as the test? Right? I don't know, subhanAllah.
Well, firstly, you have to have a logic, like let's say a logic aqidah. Like you can just go with the Trinity, something which the inspired Paul and disciples didn't even come with, and like just someone came with the Trinity, and let's all accept it. But by the way, Musti, yes, I'm Muslim, don't worry. There was another claim, I believe, about the angel Gabriel being not as the normal angel Gabriel.
Yeah, he said that the description of how he met previous prophets in the Bible is different from the Quran. One, we don't think the Bible is reliable, and even in the Quran, the way the angel Gabriel approached Mary is not the same how the angel Gabriel approached the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. So that doesn't really. It's kind of a non-argument.
Oh, don't worry. Like I have, I can see the book of Daniel just here, and I know.
Do you see the sweat on my forehead, man? Come on.
No. Like I'm just joking. But like in the book of Daniel's, when Daniel saw Gabriel, he called him the Son of Man, and after he saw him, like let's see. Yeah, he was scared. Okay, so when he came, I was afraid. I fell upon my face, and he said unto me, "Understand, O Son of Man," blah blah blah. And after this visions and things, and I, Daniel, fainted, and I was sick certain days. Afterwards, I rose up. So I understand his point that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, maybe it was bizarre that he was shaking after his encounter with the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, but it's something like just normal. Like you see an angel. Plus, he was given the Quran, which was something else, which had it was something else that he had to have on his shoulders. Like, it's normal to be afraid and to shake.
I mean, I don't know about you, but if an angel appeared to me, I wouldn't be like, "Hey, what's up?"
Yeah.
Angel appeared. "Hey, what's up, man? I heard about you. The angel Gabriel, was it? Angel, oh, what's up, man? How you doing?"
Like, just imagine being on a cave, like seeing a figure with its wings covering the horizon and things dropping from it from Jannah. Like, I could understand. I can understand.
I mean, like I said, if an angel showed up, I mean, bros, I get startled sometimes just by someone showing up behind me, like, oh, whoa, I mean, if I was like, my God, there's an angel in front of me, like, oh my God, like what, it's like, hey, oh, well, you're the angel Gabriel, right? Hey, I heard about you. I don't know, man. I'm sure that's how they prefer the Prophet Muhammad to react.
Sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what would happen if the Prophet Muhammad it would be weird if the Prophet Muhammad was to react by saying, "Hey, what's up? How you doing, Angel Gabriel?" I'm totally not surprised at all. Sure, I don't see an angel. I mean, I see angels like every day. So what's up? I see,
of course.
My God, there's an angel in front of me. What's wrong? What's going on?
We can say our mom are angels, but like it's debatable. And another thing, it was about the details in the Quran. The thing is, the Quran is here to make us believe. It doesn't have to have much details. All we have to know is that Isa alayhi salam wasn't crucified and he didn't die, and it was made to appear so. So how, we don't know. And I believe there was
at the end. I was like, dude, listen. Just break it up. Listen carefully. What does the verse say? What does the verse not say? Oh, the verse doesn't say he made it appear so. Okay, so Allah didn't make it appear so according to the verse? Good, we're done. Or the verse nowhere, to be clear, the verse nowhere says that Allah did it or someone else did it. It just says it was made to appear so. That's it. That's it.
Who was
Allah,
here?
The verse doesn't tell us, so we don't say, Halas, no mas, finito. That's it.
Yeah. We know that the disciples fled. We know that, if I remember, maybe a vague, very vague. I remember vaguely that to identify Jesus alayhi salam, Judah embraced him or something like that. So the Romans could identify Jesus. I'm not sure.
What do you call it? Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, they had, according to the New Testament, they had to pay Judas the betrayer 30 shekels, I think it was, 12 pieces of silver. I don't remember what it was. They had to pay him basically to basically point out who Jesus was. So I don't know. Well, I mean,
so we can let's say we can theorize that they didn't knew who Isa
maybe they
alayhi salam
did. Maybe
was.
they didn't. I mean, we don't know. Again, we don't know this, but it is interesting.
Like, oh, he looked like.
It is interesting that the New
say.
Testament tells us that they didn't even the Romans didn't know what he looked like. So it wouldn't have been that this idea that, oh, maybe they crucified the wrong person isn't exactly like a super far-fetched idea. Like, well,
Hey,
if they
and
didn't know what he
there's
looked like, why couldn't they,
there's maybe a little hint by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It's bizarrely, at the time of Isa alayhi salam, there was another man called Jesus. It was called Jesus Barnabas. No, not Barnabas. It was
Oh, you're right. Jesus
something
Barnabas.
else.
That's right. You're right.
Barnabas. Yeah.
And you know what's funny?
No,
You know what
Barabbas.
Barnabas means? You know what Barnabas means?
It means the son of the Father. So imagine saying,
of God,
"Oh
son
yeah,
of
I
the Father,
crucified Jesus, the son of the Father." Like you imagine the confusion. Like some Romans saying, "Oh yeah, we crucified Jesus, the son of the Father." It could be transformed into Jesus the Messiah died on the cross or something like that. It's bizarre. And we also know that Simon of Cyrene helped Isa alayhi salam allegedly hold the cross and things like that. So we can theorize, and again, we don't have eyewitnesses, like a lot of eyewitnesses, and I don't believe there was any. Like the disciples fled and things like that, and the Romans didn't knew how he looked like. Isa
Yeah,
alayhi
man,
salam.
that's a whole topic on its own. Honestly, exhausted me, and I'm exhausted.
I believe so. I believe so.
Yeah, so
You did a great job. Well played.
we just passed the 4-hour mark. I don't know how we made it this far, but we did.
That's athletic.
Yeah, but don't get used to it. Don't get used to 4-hour streams, guys. 4 hours. Well, you know what? I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, man.
It's practically 5 a.m.
Yeah.
I just don't care.
Yeah, just
your streams are just they're very fun, and I like them a lot.
I really appreciate that.
And let's say that you're doing the job to inspire other people to do dawah, because I want to do dawah, inshallah.
I hope so, akhi. I hope so, inshallah. Barakallah fik, akhi, for joining.
Jazakallah khairan. And rest your brain.
I'll try, man. I'll try. Yallah. Assalamu alaikum rahmatullah.
Jazakallah khairan.
Okay, brothers and sisters, subhanallah, I can't believe. I mean, Jazakallah, I appreciate it, free naturalist, but oh boy, I think that was that's like I think I would have been better if I had 2 Ajwa dates for that 4 hours instead of just 1. I'm just kidding. It's the sunnah to have an odd number, so I guess I'll just have 3 next time. Anyway, brothers and sisters, I'm exhausted. I know Sister Haltam is exhausted in the live chat. Guys, please make dua. She does an amazing job. I'm told that we've had a lot of. I wouldn't notice because I was clearly invested, but there were a lot of trolls this stream. May Allah bless Sister Haltam. Did absolutely amazing. Everyone, please, just take a minute. I don't care what the hell you're doing. Just make a dua for Sister Haltam. May Allah bless her. May Allah give her the best life in this world and the next. 4 hours long, 4 hours. I don't know. I mean, I'm finding it difficult. I don't know how she did it. Right. SubhanAllah. It's a lot. It really is a lot. Guys, it is a lot to I mean, like, I've tried doing it myself. I've tried moderating. What do you call it? Like, I've tried like trying to stream and moderate at the same time. It's really hard, you guys, especially when you have this many people watching. Alhamdulillah. Anyway, inshallah, invader. We'll see, inshallah. But barakallah fikum, brothers and sisters. If you guys love this, love these streams, if you guys love all of this, be sure to if you can try to support the channel by becoming members. Press the join button either below this video. If you're on your phone, it should either be below this video or be on the homepage of the channel. And if it's not, because sometimes it's not, you can easily find it on your computer. Go to Dawah Over Dunya on your computer on the home screen on the home channel. Sorry, the home page of Dawah Over Dunya, right, on YouTube. On your computer, you should be able to find the join button on the top somewhere. I think it's on the right side by the subscribe button. And if you're not able to become members, or if you're not able to support the Dawah, just your dua would be enough for me. Just your dua, that'd be amazing. May Allah bless each and every one of you. Sister Haltam's putting the link in the live chat. May Allah bless her. And of course, guys, just so you guys know, we will be having merchandise, inshallah, soon. Dawah Over Dunya t-shirts, Dawah Over Dunya hoodies, Dawah Over Dunya hats. Inshallah, bidnillah, it's gonna be amazing. Please make dua though that everything goes as planned and everything goes accordingly, and we don't hit any bumps in the road. It hasn't been easy getting this far. Hasn't been easy. I hope you guys are just as excited as I am for the future. I want to try to reach 40K by the end of the year. It's currently, we're at 37 right now, or 38. We're at 37 or 30. I don't even remember. Oh, subhanAllah. I don't even remember. 38. Alhamdulillah, we're at 38. I want to try to reach 40K by the end of the year, brothers and sisters. I think we can do it. We're at 38,100 and something. We can do it. If we could try to get 40,000 subscribers by the end of the year, I'll be happy, inshallah. I mean, I'll be happy anyway, but alhamdulillah, it's a blessing from Allah. I would have never imagined we'd be this far by the end of the year. I would have been perfectly happy. Like at one point, I was praying to Allah. Allah is my witness. At one point, I was begging Allah to just be at 1,000 by the end of the year. Alhamdulillah, we're almost at 40,000. A dream come true. A dream come true, all by the permission of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Anyway, brothers and sisters, and be sure to share these streams, guys. Be sure to share these streams. If you guys enjoy these streams, share these streams. What we're gonna try to do is put out videos of like clips and like different portions of the video of the streams. Just make the highlights, I guess you can say. Inshallah, if you guys, inshallah, so it'll be easier to share this, that, the other. But be sure to share the stream. Try to share the shorts if you guys can. May Allah bless each and every one of you. Be sure to drop a like on this video. And also, if you guys could, also commenting under the video helps a lot. That helps with the YouTube algorithm. So as soon as this video is done, you can go in the comment section below the video and leave a comment there. That helps a lot. All right, brothers and sisters, 4 hours and 15 minutes. I don't know how we did it, but we did. Jazakumullah khairan. A good night. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.